Good morning, it's 8 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Students across the UAE will return to in-person learning from Monday, April 20th, the Ministry of Education announced. The move follows more than a month of distance learning due to regional tensions. It marks a full return to classrooms for students and staff. Preparations are already underway, with schools coordinating with parents. Many parents have shown willingness to send children back to campuses. The ministry confirmed the return will apply to all public and private nurseries, schools, and educational staff. The UAE has been recognized as a leading global hub in artificial intelligence, according to a new report by Stanford University Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence. The report highlights the country's strong performance in AI strategy, talent, and adoption. It says the UAE ranks among the top globally in building AI skills and supporting innovation. More than 80% of employees in the UAE are now using AI at work, and the country is also seeing fast growth in AI talent and technical expertise. The report adds that AI is not part of education across all school levels under the National AI Strategy 2031. It also points to the role of Technology Innovation Institute as a key center for advanced AI research. The White House says the U.S. is in talks to hold a second round of negotiations with Iran. The discussions could take place in Pakistan again. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the talks with Iran are ongoing and productive. She added that the U.S. feels positive about the chances of reaching a deal. She also said any new round of talks would likely be held in Islamabad again, where the previous meeting took place. Oil prices slipped in Asian trading today, but the drop appears to be temporary rather than a major shift. Brent moved closer to $95 while WTI traded around at $91. Murban crude remained steady near $101. Markets are watching fragile ceasefire hopes, tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, and the possibility of new U.S.-Iran talks. According to Reuters, shipping through Hormuz remains below normal as Iran maintains pressure on vessels. The U.S. military says it is preparing to secure the waterway. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
It's the morning drive. It's Mira Business FM. Tensions in the region is really the topic. There are so many strands to this as a topic, but it's not just that they reshape geopolitics, they put fragile marine ecosystems at risk as well. Following a recent incident involving an oil vessel, there are concerns over the potential damage from spills, the environmental damage, and of course the question of who takes responsibility when conflict hits the water, I guess, as well. So joining us now is Dr. Asil Takshish. She is Associate Professor, let me get this exactly right, and Acting Dean at the School of Health Sciences and Psychology at the Canadian University in Dubai. It's good to meet you. Good to have you here.
Likewise. Thank you for having me.
So look, the environment is often kind of like the silent casualty, isn't it, when conflict spills into the maritime space. How quickly can an oil spill turn into what we would term an environmental crisis?
Within hours, once crude oil or refined petroleum hits water surfaces, slicks can spread roughly up to 10 square kilometers per hour, depending on wind and current conditions. Okay. Now, the Gulf's semi-enclosed basin and limited water exchange means pollutants will concentrate rapidly. The United Nations Environmental Programme, UNEP, defines or classifies an oil spill as an environmental issue or an environmental emergency the moment that you notice your coastlines, biodiversity hotspots are endangered. And in the Gulf region, usually this happens rapidly due to the shallow water levels, the average shallow water levels in the Gulf.
The Arabian Gulf is quite shallow, isn't it? It's something like
And
30 meters at its deepest point around about, isn't it?
Average, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And remember the limited water movement because it's a semi-enclosed basin.
Sure. And it's different as well, isn't it, during conflict times than, so-called peacetime when you have an accident, because access is clearly much more of an issue.
There are three factors: access, accountability, and aggravation.
Right.
During times of peace, responders mobilize the boomers, the skimmers within what we call the first golden 24 to 48 hours for a cleanup. Now, during times of conflict, aerial imaging can be denied or difficult due to the continuing hostilities. So the golden time is missed. So that causes a delay in the cleanup. And then add to it, who is accountable for this? Did hostilities stop? That's why I said three critical differences between times of conflict and times of peace.
Yeah.
And if you refer back to the 1990 Gulf War, where it was considered one of the biggest oil spills, the response was delayed in cleaning up due to the lack of consent of cooperation. And this caused the ecosystem to be damaged for years and years later on.
Well, the consequences are still here now, aren't they, in lots of ways? But that was a much, much bigger spill than what we've seen now. So you're not comparing
at all.
No, I understand that. That was, by some estimates, 4 million barrels. By others, it was 10 or 11 million. We
and
don't
still,
quite know.
A concrete figure is not accounted for.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I've read that. So look, the Gulf is a semi-enclosed, it's a shallow sea. Water only really renews every 2, 3, 4, 5 years.
A bit less.
Okay.
Than the 5-year span.
Right. So that's a fairly unique geography. So that creates an additional layer of issue because where do toxins go? Yeah. I guess as well.
If we look at specific areas, especially the mangrove-rich intertidal zones in the UAE, this is the most vulnerable area that we need to pay attention to. Why? Because these mangroves carry the highest ecological risk because they are considered as the bed for more than 60% of fisheries.
Yes.
Once oil infiltrates their roots, within days they die. So the habitat of the fish no longer exists. So then the impact is no longer only on our intertidal mangroves, but also on our fisheries.
Fisheries and the associated ecosystems and the dugongs,
on a bigger,
and then on a larger scale, the protection that they offer.
True.
And, okay. There's also, I guess, the risk. And I know that it's not high impact risk at the moment, but the risk on desalination facilities around the Gulf as well, I guess.
This is another thing.
Oil's an insidious thing.
This will be linked more to energy issues. So when we talk about marine pollution, the first thing that we focus on is the marine biodiversity.
Yeah.
The effect on the marine biodiversity itself, reaching coastal shorelines. This would be the first focus.
Okay. Which regions in the Gulf are the most vulnerable at this moment? Which areas?
Geographically?
Yeah. Where are we most?
So UAE, Saudi Arabia. Those are the most vulnerable. Then comes Kuwait, Qatar.
Okay, so that's a present potential issue. And what international laws kick in when there is an incident that needs to be dealt with?
Theoretically, and then I will explain why.
Theoretically is good.
You've got several frameworks that are designed to activate or are supposed to be activated at the same time. You've got the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. There are certain articles in that convention where they state the obligation to protect our marine environment. We've got the International Maritime Organization through its MARPOL, where this governs the vessel's activities and pollution. We've got locally, we've got the Kuwait Regional Convention, which UAE is a part of, Saudi Arabia is a part of, and you've got also conventions related to the civil liability and compensation fund. The International Maritime Organization serves as the principal UN specialized agency for maritime pollution. Now, I started saying theoretically, okay? Because you will tell me during times of conflicts, are these frameworks enforceable? Candidly, no. During times of conflict, you cannot enforce them because, again, international environmental law is built or is fundamentally consensual. Okay, and it depends on countries agreeing to collaborate. So enforcement depends only on countries' collaboration. And sometimes during time of conflict, collaboration stops among states. So that's why I'm saying you cannot force it. You will have to depend on a political efforts and reputational efforts, countries who want to maintain their reputation.
I guess there are other priorities for people, unfortunately, at times like that, aren't there?
That's why we say there's a term that hasn't been officially adopted. It is on the table of the United Nations, ecocide.
I've heard the term.
Okay, ecocide. Yes, environmental protection is not a priority during times of conflict because there is human life associated with this first. But again, on the long run, if your environment is not healthy, your humans will not be healthy. So it does have to be in parallel. You do have your Geneva Convention, which focuses on humans, and you've got your environmental international law, which focuses on the environment, especially when your issues become transboundary.
Well, they're interdependent, aren't they?
Yes.
Yeah.
But again, when you talk about UNCLOS that we mentioned, it doesn't fall under Geneva Convention. It's a standalone convention. But what I'm trying to say is the link between humans and environment is interlinked.
Yeah.
You cannot separate.
Yeah.
You cannot say, I'm going to focus on humans and leave the environment for a later stage.
You've investigated how environmental legislation holds up during war. So if a vessel's hit in international waters during an active conflict, for example, who holds the legal responsibility for a cleanup?
You've got a tiered hierarchy under which environmental international law functions when it comes to spills. So you start with your flag state, you start with your registered ownership, the PNI club insurers, and then your IOPC fund. Again, during times of conflict, this is not applicable, okay? Because the burden frequently defaults, and at the end of the day, it is the coastal state which has the pollution will have to carry the burden of cleanup. Again, communication. There's an issue of communication. When communication cuts, there's an issue of delayed efforts to do the cleanup. So it's always the most environmentally harmed entity, if it's in terms of country, often bears the cleanup or the remediation activity.
Okay, so
because you have to prove also the burden of proving
Right.
the aggressor in such conflicts proves to be hard.
That's not as easy as we would
Yeah.
otherwise think. That's not just checking a news report, is it? How does it work? That's my first question. I know that's a very broad question, but also what resources are available in the region? If we had to respond to a large spill, for example, what do you need
Let
to
me
do it?
let me talk about the resources available now. The Gulf in general, the Gulf countries in general, have better infrastructure than most conflict-prone maritime regions, and they have been able to formulate collaboration in order to respond. I'll talk a bit more about that. You've got the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Kuwait. They all have national oil spill response centers. We mentioned the role of the International Maritime Organization, and you've got what we call the Regional Organization for the Protection of Marine Environment, the ROMPE, with its local office based in Bahrain. All of them are involved, but if I go back to the Gulf, preparation in Gulf is remarkable. If you look at Aramco Saudi Arabia and ADNOC UAE, okay, both these entities maintain sophisticated internal spill response mechanisms, okay? So this reflects that they protect their assets.
Yes.
Yet these responses function well during times of peace because these countries were not ever a threat. They did not go into a conflict. Kuwait maybe in 1990, but this was imposed on it. The UAE never went into war. So these responses function well in industrial oil spill. Okay, the functioning during times of conflict is new. So your response is there. Maybe activating it for the first time might have been a bit new to them, and the best experience was from their responses during industrial conflicts.
Okay, no, I can understand that, but I suppose there are lessons from applications to an industrial issue,
Of course,
that carry forward
of
into.
course. The only obstacle would be if the conflict is still ongoing. And I mentioned at the beginning that maybe accessibility might be an issue. Your aerial imaging might be an issue, especially when you've got an aerial type of conflict.
Yeah. We've got 5 minutes or so, but when a permanent ceasefire is reached, and the ceasefire at the moment is holding, of course, and it looks like there may be more talks, that's the indication from President Trump today. But I wonder if you can put into words how, this is a really difficult question to ask you, it's a very hard question to answer, or is it? I don't know. How resilient is the marine environment? How quickly can we see marine environments recover, assuming we do what we can to mitigate?
I cannot generalize.
I know, I realize that, yeah, but just as an idea.
Because when you speak about the Mediterranean, the characteristics of the Mediterranean are different than the characteristics of the Gulf. But again, it all depends on the speed of action we take to remediate what was damaged.
The immediate reaction. Right.
Immediate,
Yeah.
okay? It depends also on, as I said, your wind, your weather conditions, transboundary, tide movement, all of these, and the amount of the spill itself and the type of the spill itself.
I always ask people in here, and I realize I do it every day. I always ask the how long is a piece of string question, the difficult question. A couple of questions to finish. Is there a way for policy to insulate nature from human conflict, or am I just wishing against the flow of all the evidence?
You're way wishing against
I had a feeling. There's no way, is there?
Again,
the environment tends to pay the price.
Always. And again, that takes me back to the ecocide thing. When we speak about the environment, it's not only your marine environment, it's not only the air pollution, you've got your built environment. When you damage infrastructure, okay, this is part of your environment, okay? When you bring buildings down, okay, and cause air pollution, cause displacement, this all affects your environment. When you displace people, you're creating a burden in another region, which will affect your environment.
Yeah.
So it's way bigger than me, bigger than you, to try and comprehend a general environmental damage.
Final question for you. How well do you think the international system, where are we now when it comes to how equipped we are to handle the environmental risks from conflict? Are we getting
It depends
better?
from region to region. Okay?
Right.
Again, a region to region, I did say the Gulf is doing remarkably better than other
There's
countries,
real emphasis on this in this region.
and
I
there's
know
real
that.
infrastructure being built
yeah.
for the environment. Okay, so they are way ahead than lots of other countries in that area. Now, is it a new experience for them? Will there be lessons learned? I'm sure there will be, and it will be shared.
Okay, something's just jumped into my mind. This always happens. I always say final question, then I think,
You
no,
did that.
I
Yeah.
know. Yeah, this is the real final question. Maybe. Who knows? The impact on seafood production. We're talking very much about, ecosystems. Is this more of an issue of food security? Is it primarily about the availability of fish or chemical accumulation or heavy metals, for example, in the fish we eat?
So, depending, again, as we said, the type of oil spill, the amount, usually ecological consequences can be severe and multi-generational. You mentioned it. So we're talking about our seabed contamination, we're talking about our food chain bioaccumulation, our fisheries collapse, our coral bleach amplification, but this is not the case now, okay? We are not there yet. I cannot say that the ecological consequences of this vessel oil spill is catastrophic, and it will not be catastrophic.
No, and it's not to say that it is, but these are questions based on a what-if scenario. I should have said that at the outset.
It is always a possibility. As we said, your seabed, your fisheries, your coral bleach amplification, your bioaccumulation in fish, in the food chain. So yes, these are always possible.
There's a lot more to talk about. I was going to bring up coral bleaching there because I know there have been some evidences we've seen some reversals in some areas here. And you're nodding, so I'm glad I got that right. I seem to remember that. But we'll need to talk to you again.
Yeah, but you did say that was the last question.
Yeah, I know. So now I need to say thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Asil Taksha is Associate Professor, Acting Dean, School of Health Sciences and Psychology at the Canadian University of Dubai. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming in. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
morning. It's 8:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. As tensions in the Arabian Gulf continue, the impact is spreading beyond the region. It is now affecting global agriculture. Fertilizer prices are rising and farmers in parts of Africa are changing planting plans. Experts at the International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics say disruptions to energy and shipping are raising costs and limiting supplies. In response, the Indian Council of Agricultural Research is working on plans to support farming during the crisis. The White House says the U.S. is in talks to hold a second round of negotiations with Iran. The discussion could take place in Pakistan again. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the talks with Iran are ongoing and productive. She added that the U.S. feels positive about the chances of reaching a deal. She also said that any new round of talks would likely be held in Islamabad again, where the previous meeting took place. Oil prices slipped in Asian trading today, but the drop appears to be temporary rather than a major shift. Brent moved closer to $95, while WTI traded around $91. Murban crude remained steady near $101. Markets are watching fragile ceasefire hopes, tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, and the possibility of new U.S.-Iran talks. According to Reuters, shipping through Hormuz remains below normal as Iran maintains pressure on vessels. The U.S. military says it is preparing to secure the waterway. And now, a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at almost $75,000. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.40 Indian rupees, 76.19 Pakistani rupees, 33.42 Bangladeshi taka, 16.30 Philippine peso, 14.14 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.98 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our Telegram and WhatsApp. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more. Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
It's the morning drive. Dubai's hospitality sector facing a pretty complex moment just now. Beyond rising costs and tight margins, regional tensions are weighing in on business sentiment. They're weighing in on tourism flows, of course, and also consumer confidence. For lots of operators, the challenge is no longer just about running a great restaurant, but it's about staying resilient in an unpredictable environment. And it's a reality that's been brought into sharp focus by Akmal Anwar. He's the chef and the restaurateur behind Haramanis, Goldfish and Fun Coolio. And he's recently being, I suppose, fated is the word really. He's been talking about the operational pressures facing the industry and why, despite it all, there is still reason to stay optimistic. And he's here. Akmal, it's good to meet you.
Good morning. Thank you for having me here.
You're very welcome. I wanted to start off with your post from a few days ago, which was a pretty simple post. It's a brief video of one of your restaurants, and it's the harsh reality. And I'll just read the post here because it hits quite hard, I think. While others take opportunity to show moments of how busy their restaurant is, I take this opportunity to show how I deal with my real world. I came back from Singapore yesterday to strings of phone calls and messages for payments, a trip from one office to another to settle issues. For some, I had a good understanding, and some I had to beg. I'm not ashamed to share this. That's just part of life. People don't show. I've been in the game for a while now, and honestly, this is nothing like what I remember tough was. Another day passed, and we hope tomorrow will be better. So, what made you speak out right now? What was it that made you think, no, I'm going to share exactly how I'm feeling here? Because this is not the kind of post that people expect from restaurateurs.
So I got back from Singapore on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So I've been away for like 2.5 weeks in Singapore. So back in Singapore, my mind is just in Dubai.
Okay.
My body is in Singapore, my mind is in Dubai. My guys are on WhatsApp groups and saying that, oh, we can't buy this, we can't get this and that, price go up. So you know what, I have to go back. I cannot leave my boys behind. So I came back. The moment I stepped into Dubai, I could already feel this pressure on my chest and my shoulders, you know. It was real pressure. And the next day, I catch up with everyone. So immediately, when I turn on the Dubai number, the company number, it was payments, it was bills. You know, when you run a restaurant, you don't pay only for food. You have to keep the lights on. You have dewa,
Sure.
you have etisalat, you have insurance, you have civil defense, you have approvals, everything. Everything was coming in one shot. I needed something to get out of my chest, you know. So what way could I reach? I mean, social media is the only way you can. I wouldn't say vent out.
No.
I just wanted to tell people, guys, I need help.
Yeah.
Yeah, I need help. I swear to God, it's tough. You know, it's tough for me. But when I see my guys who have been with me 6 years, 8 years, 10 years, you know, working alongside with me, hustling, working hours and hours, thousands of hours, and I have to tell them, hey, next 3 months I can't pay you because I really can't pay you because I am going into debt, right? If my post-dated check arrives next month, it's gonna be 100,000+ rental. I don't have cash flow. I'm finished.
Yeah.
So every time you see people in Dubai, they like to post and boast about how busy they are and all that. Honestly, there are days that you are empty, and many days are always like that too. So it's necessary that the public know. I don't want to speak for anyone else. I speak for myself.
Yeah.
What I go through, and this is how it is.
But this is the point, isn't it? You said it very plainly there. I need help, and it's hopefully becomes a rallying cry, but it is a very familiar message from people in your industry, the restaurant world. This is simply put, at the moment, it's really tough.
Yeah,
It's always tough, but it's really tough now.
Yeah, like the last 6 months, I've been putting in all my savings. I sold whatever I can sell. Okay, if I have to be very transparent, I sold some of my wife's jewelry.
Really?
Yeah, I sold my wife's jewelry. I had to get some money out of some friends just to pay up 30,000 for last month's rental top up, or the supplier had just deducted the 10,000 I gave on deposit because they didn't inform me. They just deducted, and bank now is like, oh, your check bounced and you got to pay penalty. I'm like, oh my God, yeah, it's tough. And the guys would call me, chef, the internet just got cancelled. We don't have internet now. We can't work on the system on the restaurant. And when I check the bill, it's like 900, 300, 1,000. It just adds up. It just adds up.
And when you have the situation where the cash flow just isn't there.
No, if I'm gonna make 2,000 yesterday,
Yeah.
and the bill today is 3,000, you're always on minus.
Yeah.
If you pay something out, it's still minus. But you know what? I'm just taking it day by day, by day. I cannot see the future even in 2 days or 3 days. I'm just gonna come to work. Okay, what do I need to fix? Okay, let me fix this first. I'll fix that. And then what's next? I'll fix that now. And then that now. So this is the only way I move. I cannot be I cannot be too adventurous. I cannot be too optimistic. Yeah, people say stay positive. Yeah, I know. When bills are all over your head, I don't know how you keep positive. You know, most people what they do, run away.
Yeah.
I go to every supply office that I know, meet them, whoever. I'll speak to them, the account manager. Look, this is what's happening. Look, I'm talking to you like man to man, and situation is not going to change. This is how we're going to do it. If you want to get paid, and I want to get my salary, carrots and potatoes, this is how we're going to do it.
Well, this is the thing at the moment. These are the difficult discussions. You don't want to have these discussions. You don't want this to be this way.
No.
But these are the things you have to do. So these lines of communication have to be. The line has to be open, but the communication, the conversation, has to be even more open.
Yes, you know why I decided to do this? Because when I grew up, I saw my father run a hawker store, a business, and my mom. So when they go to suppliers, it's face to face, and they pay cash. So you feel a bit, as someone who supply you something, if you had given them some face, talk to them, don't run away, pick up your phone, speak, I think they will appreciate this better. But if you decide to not answer your phone, try to run here, run there, this creates problem. Because at the end of the day, everybody needs to get fed. Right? Everybody needs their money, everybody wants to eat.
Sure.
But if you talk, you can work on something out. I think for me, that's my principle. That's how I do things.
Well, hopefully that works because, look, I've worked at a company where credit control was everything, to be honest with you. And there were months when we were unable to pay immediately. But I always thought, as much as you get some abuse and you have to take that because you're late, when you talk to people, it's generally better than when you don't.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Yes.
Do you think that maybe that, you grew up, you mentioned it there, your parents had a hawker stall in Singapore. That's kind of street level DNA, isn't it? I suppose that's where you kind of come from.
It's very straightforward.
Yeah. Do you think that's made you a bit more resilient? Looking at your mother and father paying in cash, rather than being a corporate-backed restaurant group, does that make you a bit more? Do you feel that helps you?
Funny thing, you asked me the question, just before I left Singapore, I was just sitting down with my mom and dad.
Right.
So my dad said, my dad asked and said, so how are you gonna deal with this? I said, I'll just deal this head on. So if your debt accumulates, what are you gonna do? I don't know. If somebody's gonna sue me, I'll go to court. If somebody's gonna put me to jail, I'll go to jail. Because I come to a point where I'll just go with the flow. Okay. But you know what? One thing, I tell him, I'm not going to run away.
No.
Because when I come back from this, nobody's going to look at me and say, hey, he owe me money. No. That I cannot deal with. That I cannot sleep. But if I come back in this and then, you know what? He has balls. Sorry if I have to use this word, but yeah.
I think we'll allow you that in this situation. Yeah.
Whatever. I'll take the punch.
We're in a ceasefire at the moment. Hotels are seeing a little bit of relief. Has the pause translated to people booking tables at all?
It's still bad, to be honest.
Yeah.
I've had meetings last week with some of my partners and the companies that I work with. It looks bad. I think occupancy in hotels is really low. Again, I don't know what's the insights. I can only speak for myself. I'm still at a very low level business, still very, very slow. People are really saving up money. You can see the trend now changes. People really eat what they need. They don't splurge no more. So next week, actually this week, I'm doing an initiative between two of my restaurants, Fankulio and Harumanis. You pay 150. So I will not use my menu anymore because it's pointless. Because, for example, salmon from 30 dirham goes up to 80 dirham per kilo. I cannot charge the customer 3 times.
No.
So it makes no sense to do my menu anymore.
Yeah.
So you come to my restaurant, 7 p.m., you pay 150, I'll cook you from my heart. Whatever I find in the market, whatever I can find fresh, I'll use memories, I use whatever. It's a long table. So the concept is called the extended table. So more people book, the longer the table gets. So I think people today, in this time, people need to connect. People need to talk. I think it gives you a sense of relief, a sense of, you know what, everybody, oh, we didn't know about this. Oh, we didn't know about that. So when people talk, people feel a bit more relaxed, you know. When I talk to someone, I feel relaxed because I need to talk to, people need to talk.
Well, they do. No, and I think, you know, when things are tense, it helps, doesn't it?
Yeah, like my partner called me yesterday. He was in Istanbul. He said, "Chef, everything's okay." I said, "Yeah, everything's okay." He said, "Yeah, it's good to hear from you." Yeah, good to hear your voice too. I don't know why, but just connection gives you a sense of calms you down. Everybody needs to calm down. If you're calm, I think all of us will get through this. I think pretty okay. I think Dubai always come back, no?
I do think so, and I think that's a really important point to make. The Dubai bounce back, the attitude, the sort of can-do attitude. I think Dubai bounces back a lot quicker than probably most cities, and the country bounces back quicker than most countries. And hopefully we're looking towards that. But you can only, face where you are at the moment, can't you? This is the thing. You talked about the long table there. I mean, aside from people booking and taking advantage of an offer, for example, when you change your style, you've essentially had to throw out the menu, haven't you? Yeah. So you're using what's available, and you're kind of working
with what's available
from the heart with what's available. Does that help you at a time like this, where you have to go right back to basics and use, the experience of, I don't know, a recipe your mother used to make or your father used to make or whatever? How does that help you in, mentally?
I think I feel less stress. Not trying to be, how do I put this? So if you have a menu in your restaurant, you're trying to impress everyone.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Now I'm not going to do that much. I'm just going to feed you. And my intention is very clear that that table will support my payments, my staff salary, my rent. It's not for me. It keeps the life of the restaurant going. If lights are off, water's switched off, everybody loses their job.
Yeah.
So, we've got calls saying that, Akmal, I'm going to donate 10 seats. I'll pay up, just invite anyone. So people are really coming forward and...
Really?
Yes.
That's a real community.
Yes, and some people will be like, how many people do you need? I'll bring my whole office. So, I feel so good.
You can't pay for that kind of goodwill. No. That's there or it's not there.
And running a restaurant day to day like normal, I don't get this.
Yeah.
I feel like, it's 150. And then I have also mentioned that if you think we deserve better, if the guys deserve better, at your own discretion, give more. Yeah.
Okay.
150 today in Dubai is nothing, like in prime Dubai. 150 is maybe 10 years ago. Where do you eat 150 anymore?
I think there are a lot of things I think everybody has, or in some way has a memory, but a lot of people have. I have one particular favorite restaurant. I was talking to somebody at the weekend about it, and he was like, I've never heard of it. I said, no, it's just a really small place, but it's just a really cool place, and the chef's great. She's a Palestinian lady, and she does all this amazing stuff. And I realized that I'm selling this place I have no interest in at all financially, but I just really like the place. And I think a lot of people feel that way about maybe it's a particular style of food, or they love the chef, or they just really like the ambience, whatever it is. That kind of goodwill is really hard to generate. I don't know how you do that.
I think Dubai also like to see how when you have less, you give more. Mm-hmm. Because the last 2 years, the city was on steroids.
True.
I couldn't keep up, to be honest.
I bet, yeah.
Wow, the amount of restaurants, big restaurants, the groups that came in, the bing bang bling, whatever you call it. I just
That's a great name for a restaurant, by the way. Bing Bang Bling. I like that. You should use that.
I sometimes I say to my wife, man, we are way behind now, way behind.
Really?
How do I keep up? It's impossible, The investments are on a next kind of level, and then this has to happen. So I just feel I just needed to stay in my lane.
Yeah.
Right, just stay in my lane, do what's best for me and my team. Give your best, and I think things will come. I think naturally. I think.
It's interesting talking to you because we went from the post, which was the harsh reality, to your situation, which is a difficult situation, and you're very open, you're very honest about it. But you've still got in you, and this is something that I've noticed a few times. You're still very optimistic about Dubai and the scene, and I know that you're continuing as much as you can to invest in the concepts that you have. What is it that keeps you so confident? I know you said that we're on steroids here until recently, but what's it about Dubai that keeps you optimistic?
There's a God.
Okay.
I pray 5 times. I just every day. I just pray for the best. That's it.
You just believe.
Yeah, I just believe.
Yeah.
I don't have any other ways. That's the only way. You wake up in the morning, 4 a.m.
Yeah.
You go to the mosque. You pray in congregation. Like for me, I'm Muslim. After prayer, I just do my solo conversation with the big boss.
Okay.
If he gives, he gives. If he doesn't give, he doesn't give. That's all. And that's why I told you if I get legal court, whatever, or I have to go to jail, or I have to do whatever, that's my destiny.
Okay.
Yeah. If I overthink and I would not live.
Well, maybe this is the time to not overthink. Maybe the way you're dealing with it is just as things come, you knock down the obstacles as they present themselves, don't you?
Because I have people looking up to me and waiting. What's my decision?
Yeah.
If I come with a certain energy and disappointed and upset and don't know what to do, how do they even feel?
Yeah.
So my daughters need to look like I'm happy. Yesterday I was dancing TikTok with them because I need to make them feel like it's okay. Don't worry.
It sounds like you're a pretty good dad.
I try to be a good dad. I try to be a good husband. I try to be a good son. I try to do everything. You can't be good at everything, but you try.
That's all you can do. Unfortunately, that's the situation that we find ourselves in.
I wouldn't say unfortunately. I think this is the time where you do your best.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the opportunity because coming back from this will be amazing.
Well, it will, but there you are again. You see, we talk about it's quite a serious conversation, and then you're looking ahead, thinking it's going to be amazing. So keep the optimism front of mind.
Inshallah.
I hope so. Akmal, it's been good to talk to you. Akmal Anwar is the chef restaurateur behind a number of restaurants, Haramanis, Funculio, and Goldfish as well. I wish you all the best. Come back and see us, and we'll stay in touch.
No, you come to my restaurant. You eat. I'll feed you guys.
All right, that's a deal. That's done. Thanks for being here.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
morning, it's 9 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Students across the UAE will return to in-person learning from Monday, April 20th, according to the Ministry of Education's announcement. The move follows more than a month of distance learning due to regional tensions. It marks a full return to classrooms for students and staff. Preparations are already underway, with schools coordinating with parents. Many parents have shown a willingness to send children back to the campuses. The ministry confirmed the return will apply to all public and private nurseries, schools, and educational staff. The UAE has been recognized as a leading global hub in artificial intelligence, according to a new report by Stanford University Institute for Human-Centered Artificial Intelligence. The report highlights the country's strong performance in AI strategy, talent, and adoption. It says the UAE ranks among the top globally in building AI skills and supporting innovation. The report adds that AI is now part of educational system across all school levels under the National AI Strategy 2031, and more than 80% of employees in the UAE now use AI at work. It also points to the role of the Technology Innovation Institute as a key center for advanced AI research. As tensions in the Arabian Gulf continue, the impact is spreading beyond the region. It is now affecting global agriculture. Fertilizer prices are rising, and farmers in parts of Africa are changing planting plans. Experts at the International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics say disruptions to energy and shipping are raising costs and limiting supplies. In response, the India Council of Agricultural Research is working on plans to support farming during the crisis. The White House says the United States is in talks to hold a second round of negotiations with Iran. The discussions could take place in Pakistan again. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the talks with Iran are ongoing and productive. She also added that the U.S. feels positive about the chances of reaching a deal. She said any new round of talks would likely be held in Islamabad again, where the previous meeting took place. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Mira Business FM.
This is the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM. Good morning. So, phishing now drives more than 75% of cyber breaches in the United Arab Emirates. And the sad fact is that finance teams are firmly in the crosshairs. Now, as fraud tactics grow even more sophisticated, the risk is shifting from IT to the people approving payments. Almost the human firewall, I suppose, is one phrase that we've seen used. Joining us this morning is Kush Ahuja. He's from the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. Joins me in the studio. Kush, good to meet you.
Likewise. Thank you, Michael.
Very good to have you here. So, look, phishing, 75% of cyber breaches, that's the headline. The strategy, though, has kind of shifted. Hackers are no longer just trying to break the software. They're kind of trying to break the person in some ways. And I suppose that's like a new priority for finance leaders. It's not just about the IT teams, is it?
Well, you look at it first, when you think of phishing, think of somebody like a con artist who's standing at your doorstep and trying to get your sensitive information in every which way possible.
Sure.
And if you think of it that way, there's four things that arise out of that. That this is a person trying to get into your house, not just your finance team, if you are a corporate. The finance team, however, is very well placed because they go across departments. They are connected across marketing, sales, so on and so forth. So they have a good full picture. You have to remember that when fraud, phishing, some of these things happen, they don't just impact any one of these departments, they impact the business, its ability to make profit, the liabilities that arise. The CFO or the finance team are actually very well placed to look into some of these pieces, also because it impacts a lot of their areas, including legal, including compliance, including reporting, including risk management, and which is why finance teams, they are very well placed to be looking into all of this. It's not just an IT piece, it's actually become organizational in nature.
There certainly has been a shift, hasn't there? So 3/4 of cyber breaches start with a simple phishing attempt, that kind of dangling the bait. We often think of hackers as kind of tech wizards. That's kind of the image, isn't it? But there's an element of kind of psychology, almost master psychology in this. Why is it that the finance team has become like a VIP target for attacks that are socially engineered?
So, Michael, it's changed. Last year, ACC conducted a huge piece of research into combating fraud in a perfect storm. And when we look at earlier, there used to be cybercrime, there was governance gaps, and then came in AI.
Gotcha.
Right? And AI used to move separately in order to create that deception. And this is no longer working in silos that, hey, I'm looking at cybercrime and the next person is looking at governance gaps and the next person is leveraging AI as a technology. This has become kind of an industrialized endeavor, combining all three, which attacks the organization as a whole. And it is clear that AI is actually putting all the scale and speed into it, while the measures in order to prevent it are always catching up because it's so innovative. You have to remember that with every attempt that is made to perpetrate fraud using AI, the systems are continuously getting smarter, whether successful or unsuccessful, but the next time they will be better.
I want to come back and talk to you about AI use in fraud in a minute, because I mean we've gone so past the era of those badly spelled emails from princes that we're kind of used to. Phishing today is hyper-personalized. It references real trade licenses, for example, very often, or diesel price fluctuations, whatever it is. Right now, it's using we've seen a lot more recently because of current tensions in the region. The idea that you need to create a false sense of urgency, heightened expectation for finance teams. I want to ask you this. What does a modern fraud attempt look like in a UAE business today? And how is it different from what finance teams dealt with, say, 3 years ago, 5 years ago?
So, Tim, when you look at UAE, this is not limited by geography as longer any such, because the perpetrators and the targets could be sitting in any part of the world. UAE is obviously one of the most global countries, Dubai specifically, where we sit. And we've seen a significant surge. When you look at 5 to 6 years ago, you have seen a significant surge in high precision targets. Right? So somebody would be looking at a CEO, somebody would be looking at a decision maker. And this has gone beyond far than what you just mentioned earlier, generic spam. This is no longer just spam.
Yeah.
It is now deeply personalized. People will study you and fraud will happen, supplier impersonation, things like these are going to start happening. And these are particularly devastating because what they're exploiting is trust. They're just not exploiting only systems. And the integration of voice, or what we call as AI-assisted vishing, where somebody impersonates your voice, has made these deceptions so difficult to detect just by the naked ear. Our research that I was referring to at the beginning actually confirms that cyber-enabled deception is now the most prevalent form of fraud that is taking place. And it's not just because of the technology. It's because the financial risk and the reputational damage that comes from these is absolutely immense. And again, remember that with each attempt, these systems continue to better themselves. Now, this is very different from what used to happen 5 years ago.
No, it's hugely different. Scams like AI voice generation, much more common than they were. Supplier impersonation. I mean, the simple fact is we're all now I think pretty much all of us, 99% of us, in some way or another, are on social media. We leave a digital footprint. There are little clues
Yeah,
that people can pick up on, aren't there?
very true.
Yeah. Finance teams are like the last line of defense before payments are authorized. What are the most common control failures being exploited, Kush?
Tim, that's a good question because I'll take a slightly different view on that one. I think finance teams are actually the first line of defense and not the last.
Okay, fine.
And the most common control failures exploited are no longer bugs in the system, or they're actually about how companies are managing trust, how companies are managing data, and how companies are managing their own culture. So people have gotten a lot more sophisticated. And fraud is not just happening because there's a failure of control in one place. It is happening because there's a larger cultural problem within organizations than an occasional human error that could take place that somebody's taken advantage of. So as finance professionals, we look at a fraud triangle. The fraud triangle is that you have the opportunity, you have the motive, and you are a dishonest person. Because somebody's got to really think that I want to commit fraud. It just doesn't happen by accident. Now, if these three are present, then you've got issues brewing in the organization because you've left out, there's a dishonest person on board. He's got a motivation and you've provided the opportunity. Now, in our research, we came across that 62% of the finance professionals, they say that they would like more training on how to detect fraud. But at the same time, only 57% came back saying that the companies are actually going out and proactively looking for, is there fraud taking place? And, I might have alluded to this a bit earlier, but it should be observed that it should not be a siloed accountability because we mentioned finance teams. When perpetration happens, it can happen in your purchasing team, it can happen in your sales team, so on and so forth. And finance is in a good place, but what is essentially important is somebody to look at the bigger picture so that there's no one person just looking at fraud prevention in an organization, but rather it's built into the culture itself.
Well, which makes sense, doesn't it? That shares the risk. What if you have the person in charge who perhaps isn't the most honest person in an organization? There's another doomsday scenario. Where do failures typically happen? Is it approval processes? Is it verification? Is it internal communication? Is it a mix?
It's quite a mix. And, I talked about combating fraud in a perfect storm, what we did last year in November. And one of the key findings that came up was that business leaders need to look at fraud from a big picture perspective. It can no longer be looked at, hey, is this person doing something or is that person doing something? So to answer your question, all three, failures in approval processes, failures in verification steps, and failures in what I call as shared accountabilities or siloed accountability, so internal communication. It's important. For instance, a fear of finding out the real thing, or what we call as FOFO, is very real because people will avoid calling out red flags unless there is a trust in the system that something is going to be done about it and I'm not the one who is going to be put on the line because I found something out.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So accountability is part of the issue, isn't it?
Yes. It's the culture, Tim, like we talked.
Yeah. For ages, cybersecurity has been kind of an IT problem, hasn't it? That's where it kind of sat.
Yeah.
Right? But if a breach happens because, let's say, your accountant clicked a link or a fake invoice got approved or something, that's now a finance governance issue, isn't it, rather than a technical issue? And that's how it needs to be viewed, I guess.
Tim, again, with the size and scale of operations today, the fact that somebody would click on an unverified link can happen anywhere in the organization. It just does not need to target the finance teams because systems are all integrated. Right. So you could very well send this out to anyone at all and not just the finance team. But yes, the implications are very well financial. So that is where the finance teams actually come in. Because they are the ones who have views of what is happening to financial data, what is happening to risk, what is happening to reporting, what's the liabilities that can get created out of it. So while you may have an IT vertical, but all of these verticals need to talk to each other, because today the spammers are not going to send out a spam only to the finance team. They can send it out to anyone.
It's a numbers game, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Akka, the Association of Certified Chartered Accountants has been evolving professional standards for, well, it's an ongoing process, the ethical frameworks as well. How does training a finance professional in 2026, given everything we've discussed so far, how does it differ from, it seems amazing to say 2016 was a decade ago, but let's go back a decade to there.
Look, I believe that whatever you learn when you're going through a qualification should be relevant when you finish it. And ACC is constantly updating its education standards, professional standards, ethical frameworks to make sure that what our members are getting is the most up-to-date and relevant qualifications. There are research-driven syllabus reviews happening. We incorporate emerging technologies like AI and data analytics. We ensure that people know about sustainability reporting and whatever other evolving global standards coming in around accounting. Now, it just doesn't end there. What we are also looking at is that the people who have already qualified, they also still need to be at the cutting edge in order to be able to deliver. So we've got something called continuing professional education or continuing professional development, which all of our members need to go through on an annual basis. Next year, we're introducing a major update, what we call our innovation in learning and assessment. And the ACCA qualification is actually getting redesigned in order to look at future-proof skills, incorporation of AI, technology, sustainability, and employability. Now, this updated structure is going to feature new interactive learning experiences. It's going to enhance practical skill sets and application, and a simplified pathway on how to go through the qualification, pardon me. This redesign ensures that the qualification remains relevant for a profession which is ever evolving and with support for existing students as they go through it.
Can we take an example? You talked about AI a number of times for obvious reasons, and AI is being used to draft these perfect kind of error-free phishing emails. It's in multiple languages. The approach is really smart from one perspective. How does ACCA training the next generation of accountants, how does it work when it comes to spotting AI-generated deception when it is so 100% authentic to so many eyes, you know?
I think that fraud professionals, Tim, overall are equipped to manage fraud through a combination of stuff. It's not just pinpointing what is AI generated. They've got the technical accounting knowledge. They have exposure to forensic accounting techniques. They have got the professional skepticism because that is built into how they are trained through the qualification. And they also develop certain key skills like analyzing financial data, assessing risk, looking at how organizations are managed, what is the management framework. They also understand things like regulatory compliance, anti-money laundering, and they have a touch of being able to leverage digital tools themselves like Python, SQL, being able to see where there are anomalies in data in order to find out if fraud has happened or if there's something going wrong. So it's not about looking at a specific instance, but about being systemic about it in the nature that, is this looking a little off track? Do I need to investigate this a little further? This data doesn't seem right to me. I need to look further into it. And that is where professional skepticism and all of those pieces come in, because when you look at the larger picture, you can drill down into where the issues are.
You see, it's hard that, because if I had an email the other day from my phone telecoms provider, and it was, your bill is due. So I thought, oh, fine. So I looked at the bill and I thought, I don't recognize that number, but it was clearly a really well-made AI-generated scam. At least I think it was, because I don't have any of the numbers. So I didn't click anything. I went to my bank account where it's all set up, and I thought, well, I wonder if there is a bill due, and maybe there's a mistake somewhere. There wasn't. So my policy is I just ignore stuff, because I figure if you want your money, you're going to ask me again. and then I'll pay it and it will work out in the end. But if you're at work and it's incumbent on you to get stuff done and there's the pressure of getting things done, you need to have the skills, the kind of the savvy, the mindset, don't you?
Yeah.
In order to manage that fraud and manage the cyber risk as effectively as you can. And I think that's something that I wonder how you encourage that, how you inculcate that, how you teach that to the up and coming generation, if you like.
Tim, that's an excellent point. A lot of people would step onto that path because there's immense pressure. Can I find a shortcut to doing something?
Sure.
Right. And I think this is where it's very important for the culture or the processes or the controls that have been set up in an organization to come into their own. Most of the time when we look at the whole business, it is necessary to strengthen controls. And a lot of people look at controls as if it's something draconian and it's going to stop us from being efficient and can I get this done faster? And I think which is where leaders create that culture within the business, that controls should not be seen as restrictive in nature, but as the proper safeguards for conducting checks and balances. They are the things that are actually helping us to enhance efficiency. They're fostering investor confidence. If you don't have the right controls, which investor is going to trust your books or the numbers that you're saying if you want to raise money? These controls are also enabling us to take informed decisions because they ensure that the data that you have on which you're relying is actually correct. It's trustworthy. And in the end, this actually enhances the prospects for a business if you've got the right processes and controls, not diminish them, because it builds that trust and safety of that environment within which you function.
Because we've got about 3 minutes, and I'm wondering if you can offer some simple, practical kind of controls that I guess a smaller finance team can implement, and that is relatively simple to implement quite quickly.
Yeah. I think when it comes to smaller companies, one of the things that they need to look at is that resources are limited.
Yeah.
But still proportional resources should be given in order to reduce finance risk. And what are some of the ways of doing this? You could start with a simple review of within your finance team. So what was the last time that you sat down with your finance team to conduct a fraud risk review? We get so embroiled in everyday stuff that we don't take our time and do this. The second thing that you could do is that what are the things in the business or the environment in which you're functioning that have changed since the last time that you reviewed fraud risk? Has your business changed? Because we all pivot very quickly these days. Have your systems and processes changed? Where might you have introduced weaknesses in the new system? So look at these simple pieces, and I think small businesses can look at segregation of duties so that the same person is not approving and making. The second thing is to look at conducting regular audits, have verification procedures, and specifically on the payments and supplier side, I would say for small businesses to prevent losses.
What's the single most important step we could all take? Finance teams, I guess it applies to all of us in lots of ways, doesn't it? And it's worth bringing people who aren't finance professionals in because we all need this. But what's the simple step we could all take now to reduce fraud exposure, do you think? What would you say?
So Tim, one thing is to take it seriously. And most people take it seriously only when it happens to them.
Unfortunately, yeah.
And before that, it's all about, hey, it's happening to somebody else.
Yeah.
So be vigilant. You've given a very good example earlier of you looking out for that payment on your phone where the provider was asking you. You were vigilant. Now somebody else may have just gone ahead and made that payment.
I just didn't want to pay it, Kush. That's all it was. I just thought, 200 dirhams for what?
Yeah. Secure your data. Secure your data. Spend time to read. Educate yourself. And I would say, get your anti-fraud culture right if you're within a corporate.
That makes a lot of sense. So if you're a certified accountant now, you're kind of a certified cyber defender as well, in disguise with a cape kind of thing.
I'd like to think of it like that.
That's a good way to think about it. I appreciate it. Look, it's been good to talk to you this morning. Kush Ahuja is from the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants joining us here at Mira Business FM. Kush, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim.
Appreciate your time.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 9:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. As tensions in the Arabian Gulf continue, the impact is spreading beyond the region. It is now affecting global agriculture. Fertilizer prices are rising and farmers in parts of Africa are changing planting plans. Experts at the International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Tropics say disruptions to energy and shipping are raising costs and limiting supplies. In response, the Indian Council of Agricultural Research is working on plans to support farming during the crisis. The White House says the U.S. is in talks to hold the second round of negotiations with Iran. The discussion could take place in Pakistan again. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the talks with Iran are ongoing and are going very productively. She added that the U.S. feels positive about the chances of reaching a deal. She also said that any new round of talks would likely be held in Islamabad again, where the previous meeting took place. Oil prices slipped in Asian trading today, but the drop appears to be temporary rather than a major shift. Brent moved closer to $95 a barrel, while WTI traded at around $91. Murban crude remained steady near $101. Markets are watching fragile ceasefire hopes, tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, and the possibility of new U.S.-Iran talks. According to Reuters report, shipping through Hormuz remains below normal as Iran maintains a pressure on vessels. The U.S. military says it is preparing to secure the waterway. And now a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at $75,000 and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.40 Indian rupees, 76.19 Pakistani rupees, 33.42 Bangladeshi taka, 16.30 Philippine peso, 14.14 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.98 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our X and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success. Mira Business FM. Dubai's home of business radio.
This is the morning drive. Next up, we're talking investments, but where do diamonds belong in an investment portfolio is a question to answer. Is the diamond market just for the ultra wealthy? And also, lab-grown diamonds are on the rise. So does that mean that natural stones are under pressure? Lots of questions to put to our guest. Rodion Kazanzenko is the founder and CEO of Magnat Family, DMCC. He's something of a diamond expert, has insight into both the natural and the lab-grown markets. Rodion, it's good to meet you.
Thank you for inviting and good morning.
It's good to have you here. Now, your firm, Magnat Family, operates both Magnat Fine Jewelry, which is the natural stuff, and seed jewelry, which is the lab-grown stuff.
Yes.
There's a distinction there. Could you simplify that, the differences between the two to begin with, just for people listening that aren't into the diamond world?
Yeah, we have two jewelry brands. One who operates natural diamonds, and another one lab-grown diamonds. It's totally different, things.
Mm-hmm.
Natural we offer to our clients like an investment, not just a beautiful thing, just a daily jewelry. It's like a real financial tool because with some specific characteristics you can save and increase your capital.
Okay.
But if we're talking about lab-grown diamonds, it's a very good option for those who want to look on $1 million but don't want to spend $1 million.
Okay.
Yes, and it's absolutely same mineral, 100% carbon with same chemical, physical, optical characteristics, and the main difference is only value. Lab-grown diamonds doesn't have any value. It's just for enjoying every day.
Okay, but they look and they sparkle and they appear
Totally same, yes, totally
Yeah.
same. And we do like the same quality of jewelry for both of brands. Of course, with lab-grown diamonds, we have more creativity. We can make some special diamond cuts. We can make some interesting designs. And if we're talking about natural, it's more like a classic, something like timeless, which was actual 100 years ago and will be actual after 100 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, my perception of diamonds is that, you know, for an engagement ring, I'm supposed to spend a month's salary, which I think was De Beers or whoever it was at that time.
It's
Still a perception, I think.
It's kind of a rule that you should spend 3 of your salaries on
Is
an
it 3?
engagement reel.
You don't say that out loud. Just stick with one,
Yeah.
because you're scaring
It
men.
depends on the salary, you know. Yeah.
Yeah, I suppose so. How did the two different assets? I mean, a natural stone can clearly fit into an investment portfolio, certainly as a store of value, I would guess.
Yeah. First of all, I want to say that there is a very big false stereotype about natural diamonds, that all of them are valuable. No, that's not like
That's not true.
Yes, it's not true.
Okay.
Only 20% of natural diamonds can be used in jewelry, and only 3% of that 20% diamonds which are used in jewelry can be used like an investment. So they are very rare, and it's very specific kind of characteristics. Only like, in my opinion, the best investment is fancy, vivid color diamonds, especially pink or blue.
Right,
For
right.
example, people can mine them once in 2-3 years. So they're extremely rare.
It's a really scarce commodity, very rare commodity. Okay, I understand that. So my perception would be that if I was to become a serious diamond investor, it's a very high entry
Yes.
point.
Unfortunately, it's very high entry point, and all other people who are talking that you can buy 1 carat round diamond, flawless, and it will be an investment. No, that's not true. Because after lab-grown diamonds started to shake market, natural diamonds goes down each week. I'm working on Diamonds Exchange for 11 years. I'm a member of Dubai Diamonds Exchange, of a lot of other exchanges, and I see all these prices. They're going down each Friday. Like Rappaport is renewing, and we see what's going on. So if you want to invest, you shouldn't go to boutique or some big brands or some jewelry stores. You should go direct to diamond brokers, to diamond exchange companies who can provide you direct source of the real and rare stones. Or, of course, you can go to some auctions, Sotheby's, Christie's, and find there something pretty rare and valuable.
Okay, and that's if you're looking from an investment perspective. So hence why you say it's 3 months' salary now, because you can get a better diamond than you could a few years
Yeah, but
ago.
it can save some part of your money if we're talking about just an engagement ring or some good quality natural stone, but it wouldn't go up. We're talking about situation right now. Maybe after 5 years something will change. Who knows? But now diamond market looks like this.
Well, I can imagine, but the supply of natural stones is finite. I mean, there's only a certain amount that we could mine.
Yes, and why colorless and small stones are going down? Because lab-grown diamonds, like they're changing, they're taking their place, and there is no sense to buy some small stones and invest or just pay a huge amount. You can pay 10 times smaller amount and have absolutely same quality product.
And as you say, you can look $1 million without having to spend $1 million.
Yes.
How does I'm interested? I know very little. I'm aware that there are natural stones, there are lab-grown stones. How do you grow a carbon-based entity like a diamond?
Yeah, there's two ways how you can grow diamond: CVD and HPHT. HPHT is a procedure which, absolutely same how it grows in the earth. High pressure and high temperature.
Okay.
CVD, it's chemical vapor procedure, and it's more controlled by people. So we use CVD because we can make best quality. For example, like I can say that lab-grown diamonds were used in industrial all the time, and in last 5 years they became mainstream because people understood how to make top quality lab-grown diamonds. Z diamonds, which looks absolutely same like investment quality of natural diamonds, and it's a new opportunity for consumers to enjoy the beautiful diamonds.
Okay. Let's get back to investing. How does diamond investing compared to, given where we are now, the uncertain times economically, it's a tougher time at the moment, but how does diamond investing compared to other hard assets or gold, for example?
To be honest, I don't like to compare diamonds like an investment tool with something else.
Okay.
Why? Because for my opinion, diamonds is like a anti-crisis tool. It's your safety tool, because when we have some difficult situation in politics, economics, or even like we have here in Dubai or in my home country in Ukraine.
Sure.
Yeah. What will you take with you if you need to leave country? You wouldn't take your gold because it's too heavy. You wouldn't take your cars or houses. Your bank accounts will be frozen. Your business will stop. So what we have? Only diamonds. This is the smallest type of value concentration in the world. There is nothing like diamonds which can concentrate millions and millions of dollars in 1 centimeter.
It's a good point, because when you were saying that there, you said you don't like to compare it to gold, and I was thinking, well, it is, in a way, it's a safe haven investment in the same way as gold, but I hadn't considered the weight issue.
Yeah.
At all.
Yeah, it's very easy to transport from
Yeah.
one country to another country, and the concentration of value is insane. There is no tools which can concentrate such a huge amounts in something such a small. And so, for my opinion, diamonds is more like a diversification tool. Like all wealthy men should have like different
To make sure that
assets.
you have lots of different-
something in gold, something in diamonds, something in other tools, and diamonds, it's one of them. It's long-term investment. It's not short-term investment, and like you can't buy it and resell for like
It's not something
bigger
you
amount.
would trade, is it? No.
For trade, you should be like me, to work on diamond exchange and.
You should be doing the lab-grown stuff and the jewelry and all. Yeah, no, I understand.
But
what characteristics make a diamond really investment grade? You mentioned earlier, rare colors, but what else is there?
Only the rarest pieces can be a real investment.
Right.
It's fancy color diamonds, which are not white, you have another color, and only two colors, intense and vivid.
Okay.
It's like most beautiful color which we can see in color diamonds, and they're the rarest. It can be pink, blue, red, green, sometimes yellow, but only vivid. So like mostly it's about color diamonds.
Yeah. Okay.
Colorless diamonds we can use only like huge rocks, like
Bigger the better.
Like
okay.
20, 30, 50, 100 karat, but of course it should be very high color and high clarity.
Right,
If you will buy some 100 karat, K SI2, it wouldn't be an investment. It will look bad and it wouldn't save your money. But if we're talking about a high combination of characteristics, it's also rare. So the key point in diamond investment is the rareness of the stone.
Got you.
Of course, you should buy it from a right source. If you will go to, some reseller who will ask me to find this diamond, you will have some middlemen and extra value, and it wouldn't be an investment.
I was going to ask you about that. When it comes to, you need to buy in diamonds from a trusted broker, obviously, but there is a certification level necessary, I'm sure.
For diamonds, of course, it should be GA certified.
Right.
Yeah. And it should be, as you mentioned, trusted seller, because now one of the biggest issue of the market is unprofessional traders who doesn't know what they're selling. And because of this, we have this false stereotypes that all diamonds are valuable. They can sell you 3-carat stone and tell it's best investment for you. But I'm working with my clients honestly. I can sell them lab-grown diamonds from my lab-grown brand seed jewelry. I can sell them natural diamond from Magnat Fine Jewelry, but I will tell them that it's not a direct investment. It's just your preference. If you want natural, okay, use them, for your personal. But if we're talking about investment, it's really high entry point, and you should work only with trusted sellers, and don't look just on the websites or images, because now you can make any image easily.
Yeah, for sure. No,
you should speak with people in this market and have some recommendations, and to understand who is this person in a real. Because
the common sense logic here is, this is your money, this is an investment decision, and this is a very high entry point, high value entry to investment as well. So due diligence and research.
Yeah, it's very close market, and everyone knows each other who is on a top level.
You're based here in Dubai.
Yep.
Dubai is the world's largest diamond trading hub. DMCC have just moved to join the Natural Diamond Council. What does that mean for the confidence of people that come to you, want to become private diamond investors? If they're worried about the long-term kind of resale value of stones that have been mined, what does this decision, this move mean?
Of course, Dubai Diamonds Exchange, now it's number one in the world.
Yes.
And it's number one not only for, I don't know how to say it, for quantity, for selling quantity.
Okay.
Yeah, it's number one for people who is working on this market, because now we have here everyone, as you mentioned, World Diamond Council, GAA is based here. All the top biggest companies, biggest names are here, and it's talking about trust for this market. So, if you are looking to buy something in Dubai, it's right decision.
Okay.
I can say like this.
Because we are known as a hub of so many different things, but we're also a diamond trading hub now. What effect have lab-grown diamonds had on the pricing of natural stones? You mentioned a little bit about that earlier on. There's been how much of an effect has there been in real terms?
Already minus 30%. Natural diamonds since 2024 dropped 30%.
30% in less than 2 years.
Yes, and no one talking about it. That's why I told that we're working honestly with our clients. If you will go to some jewelry store, jewelry boutique, jewelry brand, they have same prices which were 2 years ago, and no one will tell you that prices are going down.
I'll be honest with you, it's a market that I don't follow. It's not something I consider really, and I had no idea.
I'm speaking with a lot of clients each day, and I understand which information they have. They think that everything fine, everything good, and natural diamonds will grow each year, and each stone is valuable.
Okay.
This is a big problem of the market, because there is no information, open information. To find some information about this market, you should work a lot. You should ask a lot of people and make a good research. And even while you will do this research, you can find not true information, because those people who just want to make money. But we want our clients feel the benefits of owning diamonds, even natural or lab-grown diamonds, because it's natural diamonds, it's for investment. Lab-grown diamonds, it's for enjoying.
Generally speaking,
yes.
Yeah, okay. Do lab-grown diamonds hold? Is there an investment value at all?
Nothing.
Really, nothing at all.
No, that's zero. After purchasing, it's zero. Just jewelry piece, like for gold and a little bit for design.
Okay.
Like 10-20% it can save for that money which you sell.
Okay, so you can design a diamond, I guess, almost to order in terms of cut,
Yeah.
clarity, color.
Yeah,
in
we
the lab.
can.
You can do.
Yeah, we can do any shape of diamond. For example, we have diamond in the shape of Ukrainian map. We have diamond in the shape of flamingo body, toucan beak, wing of parrot, wing of hummingbird. A lot of different interesting things, and it's about creativity, and you can make it easily, and you shouldn't pay hundreds thousands of dollars.
Wow.
It will cost a little bit in comparing with natural diamonds.
Okay, so I don't know if I can make a price comparison. Let's take a reasonable
let's
quality
compare.
1 carat natural stone
Yeah,
to a 1 carat
lab grown.
lab grown.
That's not the best.
Okay.
Yeah, I can tell, for example, like vivid color diamonds,
Okay.
which I told are a real investment. In natural, it will cost millions of dollars. Yeah, for example, $2 million. In lab grown diamond, I can sell the same in $20,000.
It's a huge difference.
Yeah, it's thousands of percent. Yeah.
So I could look like I'm worth more than 20 dirhams. That's
Yeah, and
remarkable.
you will look absolutely the same. And
I'll
if
look $1 million.
you're driving Rolls Royce, no one will think that you're using like lab-grown diamond or something like this, you know. And a lot of people do like this. They buy lab-grown diamonds and they're mixing with natural diamonds. And our clients also were working 11 years on this market and have a lot of Ukrainian clients, wealthy Ukrainian clients. And they have good collections of natural diamonds, but since 2023, when we started to work with lab-grown diamonds, they started to mix with lab-grown diamonds.
And you're starting to see that more and more.
Yeah,
People mixing and matching.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I guess that just enhances.
yeah, and no one can find the difference. Even like gemologist or some expert, even myself, no one can do this. Only in laboratory you can understand which is natural, which is lab-grown diamond.
Okay. Even those people with those the things in their eyes.
If
they
if
use.
he will tell that I see the difference, he's lying.
Really?
Yes.
It's that advanced.
Yes.
I've learned a great deal from you this morning, I have to say. The thing is, in this case, it's the flaws in the natural diamond or those tiny, tiny flaws. Is that a perception of more value? Because that's the way they're going to stand out, aren't they? I'm trying to understand the relationship, because if you can make a perfect lab-grown diamond, and it's the same in every way, it's carbon, it's...
Yeah, but natural diamonds will finish someday, yeah? Because of this, they have some value, and it's very difficult to mine like top quality diamond.
But if you can't tell the difference...
Yeah, I mean, like, you can't mine a lot of fancy vivid diamonds. Like, you can find one in 2 years. But if we're talking about lab-grown diamonds, you can, like, create 10, 20, 30, 50 a month, how much as you want, how many as you want. And because of this, we have the difference in value, which is difficult to create. It has a value.
Okay. So in this market, investors need to make their decisions very, very carefully.
Yep.
Yeah. Which regions are driving demand and influencing prices?
If we're talking about consumers, it's, of course, USA. Like, they're the main consumers of any type of diamonds. But if we're talking about producing, that's India. Because like 70-80% of producing diamonds, it's concentrated in India. Like, mining, it's Africa, but producing, when you mine a diamond, you should cut it.
Yeah, sure.
And 70-80% of all the diamonds in the world are cut in India because of very low prices.
Really? Oh, okay, that makes sense. I was under the impression it was. I thought it was Belgium, actually.
No,
not.
Europe is.
Europe is not there at all.
Now it's done. I can say like this.
Wow.
Yeah. Belgium, London, Israel. We also worked with a lot of diamond exchanges all over the world. But now, like main, it's Dubai, like a trading hub. And if we're talking about producing, it's India.
It's remarkable. Final question for you, and I had to look this up, and I'm going to ask you to put two stones side by side. If you had to put your own money into a stone as a relatively long-term investment, let's say a decade, let's say 10 years, what are you choosing? Natural, round, brilliant, or really high-spec, lab-grown, fancy color?
No way. No, you can't
Always
ask me
natural.
this after our conversation.
No, I
because-
know.
Yeah,
But it is always natural stones. isn't
Yes, always natural.
it? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fascinating. It is. I really enjoyed talking to you. I say that to a lot of people, but I really do mean that. Rodion Kazanzenko is the founder and CEO, Magnat Family DMCC, a diamond expert. Learning this morning. Rodion, thank you. For coming.
Thank you for inviting.
Appreciate it. This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 10 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Students across the UAE will return to in-person learning from Monday, April 20th, the Ministry of Education announced. The move follows more than a month of distance learning due to regional tensions. It marks a full return to classrooms for students and staff. Preparations are already underway with schools coordinating with parents. Many parents have shown willingness to send children back to school. The ministry confirmed the return will apply to all public, private, nurseries, schools, and educational staff. The International Monetary Fund has reached an agreement with Jordan to support its economic reform program. This will allow the country to access about $200 million in funding. The deal follows recent reviews under the IMF programs, including the Extended Fund Facility and the Resilience and Sustainability Facility. An IMF meeting led by Cesar Serra said that Jordan's economy remains stable, with growth reaching around 3% last year and improving in 2026. The government is also working to reduce public debt to about 80% of GDP by 2028. China's economy grew 5% year-on-year in the first quarter of 2026, according to data from the National Bureau of Statistics of China. Growth also picked up from the previous quarter, showing stronger momentum at the start of the year. GDP reached about $5 trillion, supported by improved demand, stable jobs, and steady prices. Officials said the economy showed resilience and made a strong start to 2026. China has set a full-year growth target of around 5.5% to 5%. South Korea welcomed a record number of foreign tourists in the first quarter of the year, helped by a surge of fans attending a major performance by BTS in Seoul. According to Yonhap news agency, around 5 million visitors arrived between January and March, up about 23% from last year. China led arrivals, followed by Japan, while Taiwan saw the fastest growth. Tourist numbers from Europe and the Americas also increased. Regional travel rose sharply and cruise tourism rebounded strongly. Spending by visitors also increased, showing a strong recovery in the tourism sector. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
This is the Morning Drive at Mira Business FM. Coming up, jobs and HR and recruitment. And today, the invisible job market, the jobs that you will never see. That is next.
Business FM, where business comes to talk.
This is the Morning Drive, and this is the time of the week when recruitment and jobs and human resources are the matter to be discussed. Today is the invisible job market, the jobs you'll never see, and we are joined, as always, on a, what are we, Thursday morning? I know, by David Mackenzie, who is the CEO. He's the top gun of Mackenzie Jones.
Top Gun, love that.
I like that. Yeah.
Although I was a soldier, not a fighter pilot.
Yeah, but I mean...
And a very average soldier.
I love how you're so honest about this. You were a military man for
I
how
was.
long?
A very short time I was an artillery officer.
Right.
Well, the problem is I've got a father who was fought in 3 wars, was in the Sultan of Oman's armed forces for a long time.
A career soldier.
Yeah, career soldier. And then I've got a son who's a Royal Marine Commando. So
Career soldier.
Yeah, and I'm sandwiched in between the two of them.
Do they both look at you, kind of one up and one down, and they're a bit like, what went wrong with you in the middle?
No, I think they go, well, my youngest son says, you could save me when we're in a bit of a problem, when we're obviously attacking the enemy and you're 25 miles behind the line drinking your latte.
That's a leveler. If ever there was one.
It is. I would save him, though.
Yeah, no, I'm sure you would. Well, he's your son.
Exactly.
It's nice to see you.
Thank you. And yourself.
This is an idea that you came up with today, and no, did you? No,
No,
next week.
this is yours.
This is
your
mine.
one.
I'm giving
Which
you
I think
credit.
is a really good one.
Well, it's interesting, this, because most of this I didn't realise was a thing, and I guess that's maybe a naivety on my part, but you're the inside man. Most people think the job market, job boards, LinkedIn listings now, really, isn't it? That it's... but the thing that I've got from this is most hiring happens in kind of a shadow layer. And I had no idea. Some that roles that are never posted, positions created for specific people, internal hires disguised as external listings, algorithmically filtered candidates before a human ever looks.
Yeah.
So today's kind of the hidden infrastructure behind the hiring decisions. That's the root of this. I had no idea that this was a thing, that people would advertise something that's never actually going to be a job. Am I just innocent?
So the shadow market comprises of a number of different facets. One is 80% of the jobs are never advertised. You'll never see them. So there's only 20% that go on LinkedIn. The rest will be direct from clients or direct from recruitment companies.
Right.
The bad part of this market is some clients and some agencies post jobs that aren't real. Which is the very unethical thing to do in recruitment, because you're then enticing response from a candidate and there's no real job. We will refuse to do that. We'll never do that. It's a company policy.
So what's the policy? Why would you do that in the first place?
To get candidates.
Just to get
So you example, if you're looking for wealth managers for a big bank, you might run adverts every so often saying we're looking for wealth managers for one of our clients, and you just build a pool of them, and then you might send them out to your client base and say, look, we've got these people.
Right.
The problem with that, it's not a very ethical thing, because if a candidate phones you up and says, what's this job? And you're going to have to lie to them, which is not how recruitment companies should operate.
Yeah, or at very least, you're not telling the whole truth.
You're not. And
yeah, that's
part of our relationship with candidates is there's an element of trust. And it's built on the back of honesty, about relationship. And as soon as you break that trust, or you as a company break that trust, then people won't come to you anymore. They won't trust you with their CVs. They won't tell you their salaries. So recruitment companies have to be really careful about how they treat candidates' data, but also what they say to candidates.
Okay, so this morning, this is not how to get a job. This is understanding the system that decides who gets a job.
Yes.
Which is a whole subsection, I suppose.
It is.
Almost no one breaks down these 3 things. How hiring really works behind the scenes.
Yep.
I mean, you allude to a lot of that every week, and it's useful. Why equally qualified people get completely different outcomes is another thing. Because all of us have thought, we're pretty much the same age. We've got pretty much the same experience. How the hell did you get that job? Because you're a, whatever, insert adjective here. And how systems filter people before merit is even considered. That's another one.
Yeah.
And I understand how, AI gets involved and how, some of our filtering systems
Not
work.
as much as you think.
No, but I just wonder how you filter CVs, because there are certain things that I guess are immediate red flags to you that wouldn't be to me.
Yeah. Let me explain how, as a recruiter, we go about finding a candidate. So when a client gives us a brief, we have a written brief, and then we have a very extensive either face-to-face or on the phone brief with the client.
Okay.
And they talk about the parts of the job, etc. Then they talk about what they need, what they want. And it is a specific sort of person.
Okay.
So the reason why you may see an advert and you go, I can do that role, and we go, no, you can't, is because we understand exactly what the client's looking for. Because the client is paying us money to find an A match. They're not paying us money to find a B or a C match.
And that could be something like cultural fit.
Culture fit, it's highly likely to be culture fit. It could be worked for a certain type of company, i.e. a competitor. It could be worked in a certain region, like we're recruiting for a Georgian company now, which needs Russian speakers, but you've got to be a European. It's a very specific skill set.
Okay.
But let me explain how we do it. So we get the role. The consultant who deals with it typically is an expert. So I do HR. Myself and Elena do HR. If we had a brief the other day for a senior HR manager for an automotive company, and the client briefed us, we took the brief, myself and Elena sat down, and we go, right, who are our top 5? These are people we know.
Right.
We've known, who've kept in contact with us, who regularly speak to us, or we regularly update. That is our recruitment market, not people that send us CVs via an advert. Hence, we don't advertise 80% of our roles. We don't need to, because we know the candidates. This is about why you should, as a candidate, build a relationship with a recruiter. And it's got to be a long-term one.
Well, this is interesting, because this is something that you talk about all the time. Opening lines of communication, phoning people, having a cup of coffee with somebody, sitting down with somebody. And there will be people listening to this or maybe watching this thinking, I can't, I don't want to bug people, I just want to get, but you have to get past that thinking.
You do. And one of the things, we speak to clients a lot, and clients become candidates. And it's very interesting that clients, when we're talking to them, sometimes go, I don't want to deal with you, and hang up. And then in a year's time, 2 years' time, they'll come back and go, I'm looking for a new job.
Yeah.
We remember that stuff.
Right.
Now, we remember it and go, look, bit of advice. The best way to work with us is engage with us very early on. So some of our clients, if I talk to the Altairs, they're great. They keep in contact. We phone them all the time. They're always taking our calls. They talk about the market, what's going on. We ask if there's any particular areas they're looking for. And it's a dialogue, and it goes on for years. And that relationship builds up. So you've got to remember, candidates become clients and clients become candidates. If you're either one of those two, you must always remember to take the recruiter's call and be polite, be nice, and be engaging.
Okay. So, right. So it's, this is quite odd to me, because it's almost, this is a transaction, right, in some ways.
Yes.
But it's also very personal.
Super personal.
That's kind of those poles are way apart normally.
They are, and it's a very unusual thing, recruitment, because you have to become a trusted advisor or somebody that they think they can trust within a 10 or 15-minute phone call. So you as an individual have to show your colours to that client to prove you're the right person for them to select. Then you go and meet with them, and there's a bonding process that goes on. They think, have you worked on certain clients? What have you actually done? Have you done do you know what you're talking about? They test you on certain competencies. That's why in Mackenzie Jones, everyone is an expert. HR, finance, legal, tech, etc. Sales.
Okay. If your LinkedIn profile is being looked at by recruiters, what does that mean?
It means somehow your profile is coming up on recruiter websites. So if you see a recruiter looking at your profile,
it doesn't mean they're thinking, he'd be really great for something. It just means you're coming up.
No, it could be.
It could be.
My view is, what I do, if I see a recruiter looking at my profile, I connect up with them.
Oh, I see. Okay. So you just drop them a message? And...
Hi, how are you? So, how are things going? How's the market? We're always keen to catch up.
Okay.
It's all about being proactive.
Do you know what? In the last 6 months, really, since you've been coming here, I'm rubbish at LinkedIn, Instagram, the whole lot. I kind of look, and then I think I've got other stuff to do.
Yeah.
And I'm fed up with looking at pictures of somebody's lunch or whatever. Although I do like cats kung fu. Clearly.
and other stuff.
Stuff.
LinkedIn has become the problem with LinkedIn now. It's become almost a bit Instagram-y. People are sharing pictures of them getting married and their kids' first day at work and stuff like that, or work at school. Sorry,
That's not quite right.
No, it's not. And I think that it's become for business people, it's become less relevant because people are sharing stuff that should be on Instagram or Facebook.
Yeah.
And there's a big pushback on that. But people are showing, well, I've taken a bit of time off, I've gone traveling, this is where I've gone to. And then they'll go, well, it's my Johnny's 5th birthday. Great. I have no idea who Johnny is, I'm not interested.
Yeah.
And I'm sure Johnny had a great time, ate too much cake and was probably sick.
Poor Johnny.
Hopefully there's no photographs on LinkedIn.
But I think that's a really good point because my attitude with LinkedIn is I look at it and we post a lot on LinkedIn, lots of interviews from here, obviously, and hopefully there's if we're posting the right way, they're relevant. But we get lots of response from LinkedIn, and I've noticed that I'm starting to link up with people, and you get approached by people. I'd like to connect, and quite often now it's not just about click and connect. It's like, hi, glad to connect, just saying hello to people.
Yeah.
And
there's a dialogue. I mean, I'm going to do this, and this is a terrible thing for me to do because...
How many have you got?
Well, it's not that. It's how many I haven't answered messages back because I have got in total...
this is LinkedIn.
3,200 unanswered messages. And I explain why. That's a failing on my part, but it's also and actually one's in my inbox this week, 459.
That is unreal.
But
if
a lot
of those in a bag, that's a bulbous bag.
It is, but the problem is that there are a lot of those that are completely irrelevant messages. They're, hi, we've got this new AI tool, we'd like you to look at it.
Right.
And what I try and do is filter by people I want to speak to. Because I'm an HR expert and I run a recruitment company, so they've either got to be relevant for those two things.
So back to original point, the idea is relevance, isn't it?
Absolutely.
And one of the things with LinkedIn, I'll look at it and I'll scroll through, and 90% of the posts just are either self-congratulatory, and that to
they're
me
braggadocious. They are basically
braggadocious,
exactly. People telling you how great they are.
Yeah.
And the problem is that's great if you've achieved something very good.
Yeah.
But if you're trying to explain how you're an expert in a certain thing like comp and bends or learning and development or HR ops, or you've just launched a new scheme or you've promoted somebody, it gets lost sometimes because all you're doing is telling people how good you are. And I think recruiters understand that when people brag too much, we don't probably go near them.
Yeah, that makes sense. So it comes down to relevance, doesn't it? And one of the other things I think that's important with LinkedIn, I think for a while, thought leadership was really important there.
Yes, that's the key.
That's diluted now.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting when you see thought leaders. There's a gentleman who's actually a friend of mine, and he's I think they call him. His name's John Sanai. He's a future leader. He talks about what me and you talk about normally, but he puts it in a much clearer way and talks about how it will affect the future. So I don't know how he does
He's
it.
a lucid and intelligent person.
Well, yeah, there is that part. But when he talks, it's really interesting. And actually, his articles are really interesting because he encapsulates, it's very short. So if you look at any article on LinkedIn, it's a 3-minute read, no more than that.
Right.
Anything more than that, you lose people. So all of our blogs, we just wrote one recently about how you engage with clients. And we do stuff like, I wrote one recently about how do you get identified as a key industry influencer.
I read it.
Yeah. So it's all those things.
It's always a 2-3. Yours are really, always. I always think 2-minute reads.
Yeah,
they're really
mine is 2.
super fast.
Mine's 3 paragraphs: opener, meet, end.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. So relevance is the key.
Yeah.
We're on topic, but kind of off topic. But it's interesting to get the insider view. Let me ask. I've got 7. I think it's 7 headings. Let me just check. Yeah, 7 headings here, and this is again the invisible job market. So the first one. Ghost jobs, why companies post roles they never intend to fill.
Yeah.
So, I've got 3 things here.
This is awful. Companies should not do that.
I would agree.
It's like catfishing.
Well, it is. That's exactly what it is. But it is. There are reasons for doing it, and you can see why. And I suppose if you're trying to build your business or, grow.
But you're lying.
Yeah, but I mean, all's fair in love and war, isn't it?
No, it's not. And I'm very ethical about this. I think what you're doing is you're appealing to somebody in the market who make the effort to put their CV on LinkedIn, messaged you, and there's a bit of hope there.
Sure, absolutely right.
And it's completely unfounded. There's something recruitment companies should never do. They should never post jobs they don't have. They should never post fake jobs. And they should always engage with candidates if they're going to put them forward for a job. Because some people don't.
What do you think of the reasons for doing it, though?
It's what you said.
Pipeline building.
Pipeline building, building a brand.
Investor optics.
Yes, making people think that you're doing better than you are. But again, this is very Instagram generation, isn't it? I don't think this is how businesses should be run because it's built on nothing. If a business is doing well, you'll know it's doing well.
But we all do it to an extent. We all kind of big up ourselves, don't we?
We do, but that's outright lying.
Okay. Fair enough.
I know, I'm very ethical about this. I'm a very ethical recruiter. There are some things I won't do. I will never send a candidate CV unless I speak to them, engage with them, send them a job description, etc. I will never lie to them about a salary. And if somebody is no for a job, I tell them they're no for a job, and they know. I don't let them, for 10 weeks not understand what's going on.
But I'm going to be uncomfortable for the next half an hour because I'm going to sort of straddle the fence on this.
No,
Because I have no skin in this game, obviously.
Yeah.
But I think it's really interesting that this happens. I didn't think it was as endemic as it seems to be.
It is, yeah.
It's everywhere.
And I think even more so now when the job market is very tight, clients are going to be going, well, we need to keep something out there. We need to look at potentially replacing existing staff with better people. Yeah. So there is that part. People are advertising jobs where there's somebody in that job already and they potentially want to swap them out for a better person. Dangerous because the person might be reading that.
So how often, how prevalent is this?
A lot, yeah.
I mean, in percentage terms, how many recruitment agencies would do it?
I think the ethical ones like us and Cooper Fitch and Michael Page wouldn't do that. They're decent businesses, but there are a lot I know post fake jobs, and it's a constant issue because candidates come to me going, "Well, I've just applied for this job at this client," and I go, "Well, that client's not recruiting that job because they're my client." "Well, I've just seen this job through X." And I said, "It's not a real job." And I phoned the client and said, "Are you looking for that role?" And he goes, "No." I said, "Well, this company's just advertised that role." And he goes, "No problem, I'll get onto it."
Really? And what can you do about it if somebody...
Nothing. I tell my client and say, "Look, by the way, this role has come up." But often the jobs are confidential, so you don't know who they are.
Okay, so that's the first point. There are a number of things that I want to discuss with you, and we'll get to this just after the news. But algorithms we'll be talking about.
Yes.
The referral economy as well, internal candidates, fake seniority, the geography lie. There's another one.
Well,
There's
those
another
two
topic.
last ones I didn't know about.
Why job titles don't mean what they used to mean.
Yes.
Is the idea.
Okay.
And then remote jobs that maybe aren't really remote as well.
Yeah.
And the attention war. We'll come to that. These are all, points to be discussed. That's coming up. David McKenzie is here from McKenzie Jones. He is, as I've said, the top gun at McKenzie Jones. He's also a warhorse on occasion too. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 10:30 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. As tensions in the Arabian Gulf continue, the impact is spreading beyond the region. It is now affecting global agriculture. Fertilizers prices are rising and farmers in parts of Africa are changing planting plans. Experts at the International Crops Research Institute for the Semi-Arid Topics say disruptions to energy and shipping are raising costs and limiting supplies. In response, the Indian Council of Agricultural Research is working on plans to support farming during the crisis. The White House says the U.S. is in talks to hold a second round of negotiations with Iran. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the talks with Iran are ongoing and productive. She added that the U.S. feels positive about the chances of reaching a deal with Iran. She also said any new round of talks would likely be held in Islamabad again, where the previous meeting took place. Oil prices slipped in Asian trading today, but the drop appears to be temporary rather than a major shift. Brent moved closer to $95 a barrel, while WTI traded around $91 a barrel. Murban crude remained steady near $101. Markets are watching fragile ceasefire hopes, tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, and the possibility of new U.S.-Iran talks. According to Reuters' report, shipping through Hormuz remains below normal as Iran maintains pressure on vessels. The U.S. military says it is preparing to secure the waterways. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading slightly over $75,000. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.40 Indian rupees, 76.19 Pakistani rupees, 33.42 Bangladeshi taka, 16.30 Philippine peso, 14.14 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.98 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our WhatsApp and Telegram. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
We are firmly in the and more segment of Mira Business FM this morning, talking HR and recruitment. How to get a job this is not. This is understanding the system that decides who gets a job. So slightly more insidious, more revealing, perhaps. David McKenzie is here from McKenzie Jones. We're talking just now about ghost jobs, why companies post roles they never intend to fill. I feel a real sense of naivety today because I didn't realise it was quite as prevalent as it is.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it seems to be happening more and more. I mean, my candidates keep saying to me, I've seen this role. Do you know who it is? And I'm like, if anybody asks me, because we obviously have an RPO business as well, so they place hundreds of jobs each week.
Yeah.
So if a client says to me, who's this job? I say, oh, I'll get the consultant to talk to you about it. We never, ever post a job that's not a genuine, live, real job we're briefed on. Never.
Yeah, okay. It just didn't occur to me that people did it so much. Here's the second thing in my list here, if you like, and this is entitled "The Algorithm Decides Before Humans Do." So I think a lot of people would question this: how much AI is involved in filtering of CVs, and really, what chance have I got
Skynet
if I apply? Well, yes, exactly. The machines will get us in the end.
I honestly, we don't use an algorithm. We use AI, but we use it to sift our initial. So the problem you've got with the UAE is that LinkedIn has created with their easy apply online.
Yeah.
You just click and you can apply for anything. And the problem here, people don't read adverts, they just apply. So what's happened is we've got every advert, we get about 1,000 CVs, of which 950 to 60 are completely irrelevant.
You've said this a number of times before, and my answer is always, why on earth would I just wouldn't, it wouldn't occur to me to apply.
So I phoned up a candidate once who'd applied to my advert for an HR director.
I'm looking forward to this.
He was a sales exec, and I said to him, Faraji, I'm looking at Faraji, I don't know why, but I looked at, and I said to him, can I just ask why you applied? Well, it looks like a really good job. And I said, but you're not relevant for it. Yeah, but I thought I'd have a go, and you never know. If you don't chance it, you don't. And I went, you do realise you've wasted an hour of my time? He said, how? And I said, because I had to screen your CV.
Ooh.
And he went, oh, okay. No apologies, just, oh, okay.
Really?
I think people's perception is that we recruiters just do very little and get paid a lot of money. The reality is the amount of work we do. So example, the way we get paid, let me be really honest with you, we get paid by clients.
Right.
And we get paid by clients for being successful. So we have a mixture of half our business is retained work, where they retain us up front, give us a shortlist. The rest of it is what we call contingency, which means we do all the work up front until the candidate gets an offer. And typically until that candidate starts. And it's 30 days after they start. So we can do work for 3 months and get nothing. We're working free. And at the end of it, the client might go, it's on hold, or we found somebody else.
Yeah, okay.
So they don't realise how much work we put into each vacancy, and the success on contingency is very low here. That's why we typically only ever work on retained work, or we're RPO, or we only ever work when the client's only briefed us. We don't work with multiple agencies.
I need some violins in the background with this.
Don't start.
I know, but actually, my perception is the perception is of recruitment agents or recruitment people and real estate agents. They're the same. They look nice in really nice suits, but they don't do anything. And I know that's wrong. Of course, I know that's wrong. But that's probably the perception of.
You've known me
people.
years. I've got to say, I still work. I get into work at 8 o'clock and I finish around 6-ish. I take calls in the evening and I work most weekends.
For sure.
Now, that's because I run the company, but I did that when I was a junior consultant at Michael Page. Because I think, and this is, we were talking earlier about this, I think the days of recruiters treating this as a trade are going. Okay. I think people either treat it as an interim between doing something different, and you can tell the really good recruiters here. I mean, there are some really good ones here, actually. Some work for me. I like to think they all work for me. But others work for other agencies, and they're really, really good. And when I come up against them, I'm like, this is going to be a toughie if he's pitching or she's pitching.
But it's the same with real estate agents. If you find a really good real estate agent, stick with them, because those are the people with the local knowledge who will go the extra mile. And they're also the people, and this is the same in your field, if you're going to be successful, there are no shortcuts. You just have to put the hours in. You have
to work. You have to work in your relationship with clients. You have to see candidates. You have to business develop. You have to make sure you do what you're saying for the client. There's no shortcuts. You have to work extra hours if need be. The difference between us and real estate agents, there are loads that are commission only that come in and duck out. Ours don't. Typically, our people come in for years. So ours is, in real estate, it's a low entry. You don't pay these people anything. Most of them are on commission only, as far as I understand. And if they don't want to work one day, they just don't bother working. Our guys have to work every single day. They get paid basics, good basics, typically. Sure. If you ever join a recruitment company and it's commission only, it's probably not the right career for you. You should join with a company that gives you a training and development and a future.
Well, commission only is a very specific mentality anyway.
It is. I mean, I think if you were very good, you could earn it. My view is, if somebody came to me and said, I want to be commission only, I said, no, because we are committing to you and you need to commit to us. It's a two-way street, and you're going to have downtime. We need to support you. When you have good time, we'll pay you well.
I'm learning this morning.
It's a learning journey.
Yeah, well, that's life, isn't it? The algorithm decides before humans do. So, applicant tracking systems. Yes. Keyword filtering versus actual skill. How resumes or CVs are ranked invisibly?
Yes, they are. So, it mainly happens with clients, not agencies so much, because clients have what they call ATSs. So there are things like Oracle Fusion, there's Success Factors, there's various other different ATS or ERP systems. And because clients, when they advertise a job themselves, they want to screen all those CVs out, and they typically will do it on keywords. They'll do it on industry background. So the recruiting manager will fill in the words they want. Like if it's HR, they want somebody who's done comp and bends, they want reward structures, that Hey methodology. Those will pick up those people and reject the rest.
Okay. And that's just standard?
Absolutely standard.
Okay.
Now, what you will find with most clients, the Middle East, because we get so much response, clients have to do this. And to a degree, we have to do this as well, because the irrelevancy of applications is unprecedented anywhere else. This is the only place in the world it's like it. In UK, if I place an advert for an HR director, I will get 50 responses, of which 40 will be accurate, of which 10 will be spot on. Okay. Here, I will get 1,000, of which 5 may be relevant.
And that's why an ATS is really important. Because you've just got to get rid of all that.
Well, if not, my researchers will spend 7 hours a day just screening one advert. And we run per week maybe 20 to 30 adverts.
Yeah, okay.
It's just physically not possible. And it is because of the Middle East, because of the melting pot that is the UAE and Saudi Arabia.
But the frustration on the other side from a candidate is, I'm really trying, I'm going for the right thing, and I'm just getting nowhere. And you start to think, the world is conspiring against you.
I agree, and I think that I remember one of my friends applied for my job and didn't approach me, and they'd never gotten a response from their researchers. She got a reject letter. And I said, the problem is we got so much stuff, we couldn't find the gold. And this is why, in my previous conversation, when we get a job, we go to the people we know first.
Yeah.
Then if we can't find those people, we either go onto LinkedIn and try and find those people and approach them directly. Our third course of action is to run an advert. If we ever run an advert, it means we haven't managed those first two functions.
Okay, so it's worth bearing that in mind, isn't it? Is the UAE or the region, is it very much a referral economy? Is it more, who you know ahead of anything else? Is that? Because that's what you always hear.
This is amazing for that. So
Right.
typically, I will phone up a client and go, "I've got this role. Can you think of anyone?" And I will. This year, I must have filled nine or 10 roles recently, just from referrals from clients.
We're
from
only middle of
clients.
April. That's a couple of months.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I reckon, I'm trying, I haven't got the stats on this, but thinking about out loud how we do it, and I obviously our team meetings, I hear how they've done it. I reckon over 50% of our roles are filled through referral. Somebody either we know or somebody we phone up and go, "I've got this role, are you interested?" And they go, "No, but I know somebody who is."
Yeah, okay.
It's a great way of doing it. This is why you must build your network on LinkedIn, because you then build your credibility so your peers see you as one of them, and if a role comes up, they will share the job amongst themselves.
That's why you need to be talking to people.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so internal referrals versus public applicants,
Yep.
very clear.
Yep.
Data on referral success rates you've provided.
Yep.
And I suppose it's a hidden fast lane, really, isn't it?
Yeah. It's a hidden fast lane for us because we want to optimize our time with our client. We want to spend more time talking to candidates than screening CVs. So what the future of my industry is AI.
Yeah.
But it's not going to get rid of people like me. It's going to get rid of people at the lower end who are finding candidates.
Okay.
What we call researchers. Researchers will have to move into a different role. They'll always be useful because researchers are brilliant. But what will happen is AI can find candidates.
Do researchers generally go on to become recruitment specialists in any given area? That's not how it works.
Ours are professional researchers and they're really good.
Okay, and
So
that's the role at risk.
Yeah, so they will either use some sort of AI tool to search for candidates, or they use LinkedIn, or they use Boolean searches. They will find the candidates, they'll engage with them, they'll talk to them first, they'll get the CV, they'll get the salary, they'll screen them, and then they'll give them to me to do the second round of interviews.
How do you build a specialty? How do you build into a particular area? You do HR, for example, for major clients, I guess. That's kind of your thing.
Yeah.
But how do you become an oil and gas specialist? Is it a prerequisite that you have to have worked in oil and gas, or do you just build?
I'm not an HR person. I'm a recruiter. So what you need to do is you need to have an interest in something.
I'm completely off topic. Sorry, but
it's a good one actually, because how do you become an expert? You've got to be interested in something. You can't.
Sure.
The problem after a while, it may pay you loads of money if you're an expert in a certain thing. But if you're not genuinely interested in going to conferences to talk to those people or meet people for coffee and talk about what's going on in the industry. Clients can tell, or candidates can tell you're not interested. So the reason I'm passionate about HR, I like HR people because they've got a real passion for making businesses good. It's a very generic thing, but they are passionate about people. So when you interview them, they tend to be quite animated individuals, predominantly female. Female EQ is very high. So the way I got into HR, I was a sales and marketing recruiter for most of my life. And I came to the Middle East and set Mackenzie Jones up, and we were doing sales and marketing really well. One of my clients said, "Can you find me an HR manager?" And I went, "Nope, no good at it." And she said, "You really know my culture, have a go." So I did, found somebody really easily, interviewed some more people, got some more jobs, and then just gradually loved it. It took me about 5 years to become really good at it.
I love how you just went, no good at that.
I did. We say that. If
that's
if a client comes to me and says, "Can you find a petrochemical engineer from eastern region of Saudi?" I'll go, "No." And they go, "Well, why not?" I said, "Because I'm not an expert in doing that. You're paying me a lot of money to find you somebody really good. So pay an expert. Don't pay generalists." So many recruiters out there are generalists. They just do whatever job they can. It's a process. Yeah. What you get with someone like Mackenzie Jones and some of the other big recruiters here, you get a person that really understands their market, and they can understand what makes Ethel a really good HR director as opposed to Bob or Ahmed, who've got different skill sets. So there's a thing called a generalist, there's a thing called a specialist, and there's a thing called an operational person. They're all called HR.
Sure.
But there are different specialities.
Well, that's the issue with it, isn't it? That, the perception is that there are far too many generalists, and that's why there's so much skepticism, I suppose.
And that's the problem. And you've hit the nail on the head why recruitment is sometimes perceived in the same bag as real estate agents, because, a client goes to them and they go, can you do these? Yeah, I can do anything. You can't. The reality, you can. Now, I've done really unusual roles. I've done art educators for the Louvre. But the reason I did those roles is the client knew me really well, and she sat me down with the client, who was the art department, and they briefed me and they told me what to look for, what skills to look for. And I took a process of months of finding these people. I found 6 for the Louvre Gallery. Fascinating people, really interesting people.
That's a really interesting job to do as well. Yeah. So you learn. I can see from you, your face just lit up then. By the way,
what did I do the other day? I did another role that was very interesting. It was oh God, what was it? It was. I'm trying to remember.
Interesting that.
No, I'm trying to remember.
Mental block.
Full of cold today.
Yeah.
No, it was an AI practitioner who could take. And the client described who could take the science and make it real. So this person had to be an absolute matter expert, but they had to take to the board level and explain to the finance director, who was 65 years old, about how AI is going to revolutionize balance sheet transactions.
Okay.
And it was like a conduit. It was an amazing job. And the person that did it was 26 years old.
Yeah, I can
She
imagine.
was really impressive. You know why? She didn't say an awful lot.
Yeah. Okay.
She listened, and then gave her view.
Yeah. Okay.
So going your point being a very accurate, you've got to be passionate about what you do. I like recruiting. I wouldn't recruit finance people because they don't really interest me. I love doing HR, and I've done some unusual roles. I've done chief execs, and I've done those. But the reason why HR interests me, because I like the people that work in that sphere.
Okay. Here's another question for you. Internal candidates, the job was never yours. There is often a legal requirement to post jobs externally, even though they're going to go.
I don't think there's a legal requirement. There
really
is
not in this jurisdiction, but in other.
Well, I think companies have a people first policy, which is their internal staff, which I think is absolutely right, by the way. So what we often get briefed, and the client will say to us, look, we've got 2 internals. We need somebody externally to be a benchmark for those 2 internals. And my first question is, do you think any of those 2 will get it? And they will often go, yeah, we think it's going to be that one. Okay, right. I'm going to brief a candidate, but I'm going to tell them the situation. And if the candidate wants to go for it, so be it.
Okay.
Most candidates will, because then they get FaceTime with the client. You never know. I've done that before, and it's gone the other way, and my candidate's got it.
Okay, so it is worth it then. It's worth giving it a punt,
but
isn't it?
tell the candidate the truth.
Okay.
Say there are 2 internals. One of them is the favourite. You're the wild card.
All right, then. Here's another one. Fake seniority. Why job titles don't mean what they used to. If you look at LinkedIn, there are more senior vice presidents than I could ever shake any number of sticks at, right?
Yeah.
There are loads of them.
It's easy to understand which ones are fake, though.
Everyone's a manager.
Yeah.
Now, everybody wants to be a manager. So that probably means that lots of senior roles are underpaid because they're kind of title only.
Absolutely. This is the problem we have when a client says, I'm looking for an HR director and I'm going to pay them 30K. I'm like, well, that's not an HR director, it's an HR manager. No, it's got to be a director. Well, we can't put that on an advert.
Yeah.
Because you're going to get HR directors applying who are on 50 or 60K, not on 30.
I'm so in the wrong job. But it's also, fake seniority misleads career ladders, doesn't it, as well? It's not it's back to the first point we made, I suppose. It's not a true picture.
No, and I've had people say to me in the past, I want to be a director. And I'm like, why? Well, I've been doing this long enough, I think I need a director title. What do you think a director title means? What do you think the attributes of the job are? What do you think the deliverables are? And they often haven't got a clue. They just want the title.
So people still think that there is a ladder to climb. So you start as a rep and you become a manager, then you become a director, then you become a managing
Typically,
director.
that's how it happens. That's how it happens.
In theory.
Yeah, but the problem is here in the Middle East that so many people are given titles without earning it. And so when you, and it happens an awful lot. It happens in Saudi an awful lot as well, especially with the locals actually in Saudi. You know, often they want to be a manager first before actually learning. And what we're seeing in the UAE is a real tranche of new UAE nationals coming through who want to start at the bottom and grow, but grow with time, which is really good.
Yeah.
Never happened before.
That's very positive.
It's hugely positive because I think that the young Emiratis now are much more business savvy and they get it and they see that training and development is a key to their longevity in the marketplace.
Okay. Here's the next one. The geography lie. Remote jobs that aren't really remote. Let me throw three things at you for your perusal, if you like. So, silent location bias.
What's that?
This is what I was going to ask you.
Right, do you know what that is?
Time zone discrimination and pay differences based on location.
Oh, that's a dodgy one, that last one, isn't it?
It is, isn't it?
So that means if you're in the UAE, you get paid 40, but if you're in India, you get paid 10.
Pick any, yeah. I mean, that seems, well, it seems less than fair.
It's terrible. I believe jobs should be based on, the salary for the job should be based on what the role profile is. And it should be done without thinking about the nationality, the age, the sex, or anything of the individual involved. It should be based purely on their experience. If you get a candidate that is on 20K and the job's paying 30, you should give the candidate 30 if they fit the right criteria. It doesn't happen here because people go, well, they should get 22. And we're like, no, they're underpaid. That's our job to convince the client why they're underpaid.
I can't think of a counter argument for anything you've just said, which I think is probably a good thing.
There are, yeah. I mean, I think, what's the invisible timeline thing? That's an interesting one. Never heard of that one.
Invisible timeline. Time zone discrimination. Pay differences.
Yeah, I don't understand. What was the first one you said?
Silent location bias.
What is that?
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, because I have no idea what that is.
I don't know most things, but I know why my Malinois is slightly mad at the moment.
You know what I'm going to do? My hope was that you would know what that is.
I thought Faraji might. He's the brightest one here.
Oh, he's far too clever. He's a philosopher. Silent location bias. Let's just put that into Google.
What would that be?
There you go. Generally refers to unseen or unspoken impact of geographical location on opportunities, decisions, and outcomes, acting as a silent obstacle that is often hard to detect.
Okay. So this was the classic example that if you bought a Range Rover in UK, it would be 10,000 dirhams. Let's just 20,000, 100,000 dirhams. But if you bought a Range, okay, let's say a million dirhams. I have no idea what Range Rovers cost. You can tell I don't have a Range Rover.
Yeah.
But if you bought a car that was made in India that cost half the amount to make, it would still cost 1 million dirhams.
Oh, okay, right.
But that's economies of scale.
Sure.
The reason why people use cheaper locations for staff is because they don't have to pay them so much. So if you look at places like the subcontinent, like Eastern Europe, probably the UK now is one example, where people will accept a salary which is still good for that location, but if you put that person in Dubai, it would be completely different.
Right.
The biggest issue we have with multinationals here is they go, well, we reckon the salary for the UAE is this much. And they go, in Europe, that would be like a president's salary. And we go, yeah, but the Middle East is different. It's more expensive to live here. The cost of living's more, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you have to convince them to pay what they would normally pay for a president in Europe.
And that's an ongoing struggle, I guess.
Massive, yeah. It's a real issue, especially with companies that haven't ever set up here. They suddenly go, my goodness me, the salaries are huge here, and they are high.
Okay. Final one. We've got 4 minutes. Amazingly, we've run to time. We've got through everything today.
That is a miracle.
I know. They never cease. So this is the attention war, and this is kind of the social media aspects of what we're talking about this morning, is why applying to jobs feels like content creation. Okay? Personal branding as a requirement. Now, I've fought personal branding my whole life because people have said, you've got to think about your brand, think about how you present yourself. And I always think, life's too short. Which is, I know, the wrong way to look at it. And the other side of the attention war, that's the first thing, personal branding, is LinkedIn performance versus actual competence. So it's effective use of LinkedIn, posting, and what we'll talk about next week, the 3-2-1 rules of how to use LinkedIn. But are you actually as good as you purport yourself?
Yes. So there's a couple of people I see on LinkedIn that post every single day, which according to the algorithm is a good thing to do. We don't post every day.
Right.
And they post stuff that I don't think is particularly relevant. It's post for the sake of it. I've got this CV. I think it's really bad. They're underpaid. I don't think this is right for the market. Yeah, we know that, but do something that's useful to candidates. So show them how to get jobs in the invisible market. Talk about how to engage with clients. Talk about which are the best recruiters that do medicine or HR. How do you engage with them? Give tips about how you can improve your CV. Don't just post stuff that is almost like clickbait. And I see this on LinkedIn an awful lot at the moment. And it's the people that are either trying to set their own agency up or they're trying to become an influencer in that space.
Right.
There are some really good people out there. They've got some amazing content, but I see so many now that are just trying to almost post clickbait, and I don't think that's particularly helpful for candidates or clients.
Well, standing out is really hard.
It is, but you don't necessarily need to stand out. You just need to be relevant. You can't stand out and be everything for everyone. So I write stuff about engagement, and I write stuff about, I really believe about LinkedIn, and I wrote about the article you saw the other day about engagement with people.
Yeah.
Because I think, for me, that's really important for candidates. Some people go, that's a load of rubbish, I don't want to read it. I don't care. It's not for them. It's for the people that find it interesting and will help them get their job. That's my sole purpose in life, is to get people jobs and make clients happy with the candidates they've chosen.
That's interesting, because we were talking to somebody in your field on, was it Tuesday morning? I think it was Tuesday morning. And he'd posted a piece, and he'd said, I've talked to 3 people, CEOs of companies, and I was trying to get a feel for the market. Perfectly valid thing to do, quite sensible. He talked to a few more than that, but he spoke specifically about 3 people in this article on LinkedIn, and we were talking about that. One of the responses was, oh, here we go, talk to 3 people, what's the response like? And I thought, well, fair enough, be cynical about that, but actually, he's done it, and he's come up with a few things. There was nothing startling in the research, but that's not the point. It backs up where we are.
If he had an objective to do something, you've got to remember what we are. We are a service to people. Yeah. You must always remember that we're not the main story. The main story is the candidate and the client. We are a conduit that connects the two together. It should never be about us. It should be about those 2 individuals. So how do we, as a recruitment company, help this candidate and this client meet each other?
That's fair. I mean, we have these long conversations, and I have the point of view. I remember being told years ago, when you're interviewing somebody, you need to make sure you've got an intro there, you've got an out, so you can get in and out, and everything in the middle, have bullet points and have some questions ready, and think about that. But if you just discuss stuff, if there's one thing that somebody takes from it, then it's worthwhile.
Yeah.
And that's really the point. You're not going to win with everything.
You made a point, always learning. My view is, if I can learn something each... Well, no, but I think you do, the very nature you mention it means you are open to it.
Hopefully.
And I think my view is I learn something every day from candidates and clients. I just need to make sure I store those and use those in the future.
That's the time we've got today, unfortunately. The leading light, the top gun at Mackenzie Jones, is David Mackenzie. Thanks very much.
A pleasure.
Good to see you. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good morning, it's 11 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. Students across the UAE will return to in-person learning from Monday, April 20th, the Ministry of Education announced. The move follows more than a month of distant learning due to regional tensions. It marks a full return to classrooms for students and staff. Preparations are already underway, with schools coordinating with parents. Many parents have shown willingness to send children back to campuses. The ministry confirmed the return will apply to all public, private nurseries, schools, and educational staff. The International Monetary Fund has reached an agreement with Jordan to support its economic reform program. This will allow the country to access about $200 million in funding. The deal follows recent reviews under the two IMF programs, including the Extended Fund Facility and the Resilience and Sustainability Facility. An IMF team led by Cesar Sarah said the Jordan's economy remains stable, with growth reaching around 3% last year and improving in 2026. The government is also working to reduce public debt to about 80% of GDP by 2028. China's economy grew 5% year-on-year in the first quarter of 2026, according to data from the National Bureau of Statistics of China. Growth also picked up from the previous quarter, showing stronger momentum at the start of the year. China's GDP reached about $5 trillion, supported by improved demand, stable jobs, and steady prices. Officials said the economy showed resilience and made a strong start to 2026. China has set a full-year growth target of around 4.5% to 5% growth. South Korea welcomed a record number of foreign tourists in the first quarter of the year, helped by a surge of fans attending a major performance by BTS in Seoul. According to Yonhap news agency, around 5 million visitors arrived between January and March, up about 23% from last year. China led arrivals, followed by Japan, while Taiwan saw the fastest growth. Tourist numbers from Europe and the Americas also increased. Regional travel rose sharply and cruise tourism rebounded strongly. Spending by visitors also increased, showing a strong recovery in the tourism sector. Now that's the news for now. Follow more news on our Telegram and WhatsApp. This is Mira Business FM.
This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive with me, Tim Elliott. The amount of time we talk about money, how to earn it, how to invest it, how to grow it. We spend a lot of time discussing money, considering money. So today, once again, kind of a retread, a look back at some of the points that we made last week and some added points as well about the economy of attention. Who is getting rich off of your life next at Mira Business FM?
Business FM, where business comes to talk.
I'm always tempted in these segments at Mira Business FM when James Thomas joins us to title them Guaranteed Ways to Make More Money. Or so, that's the kind of thing they do online, James.
It is. No pressure.
No pressure at all. But it's generally, when you watch something, you think, and it's titled, You Will Become a Millionaire If You Watch This. And you watch it and you think,
hasn't happened yet.
Yeah, so completely pointless. But this is an interesting one because last week we were talking about the economy of attention, how the kind of insidious economy, the online economy, really, in some ways, is getting rich off of us rather than us getting rich off of it.
Yes.
That was kind of the thrust of it. And we talk about money all the time. How to make more, how to spend, where to spend, how to earn, how to invest, all that stuff with you. But at the core of the economy of attention, it reveals how your focus is monetized. And these are important things.
Used and utilized.
Yeah, exactly. And the thing with the economy of attention is also that your decisions are influenced before you're even aware of them. So if you can, again, take control back of that, your decisions can be used in a different way and they become your decisions again, rather than influenced by algorithms or
exactly.
groovy
You
online
taking the
content.
control, you being in control, as opposed to being controlled, being guided, being whatever the phrase you prefer.
Distracted, impulsive, dependent.
Yes.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Yes.
And so it's financed through the lens of human exploitation economics. If you want to take it to the extreme.
I was going to say that's quite extreme, but it's not. But ultimately, that's what they're trying to do.
To an extent, that's what happens. So this is different because it's not how we make money, it's how money is made off of us. So there's a combination here of finance, of psychology, there's some technology in there, and there's also, because of the interplay between all of those things, there's some power dynamics that maybe we're not aware of.
No, and I think that, again, deliberately,
Yeah.
these things are designed to be so seamless and so seemingly helpful to us that we don't realise that we are actually
We're the consumer.
the consumer.
Yeah,
Yeah, and we are being consumed by these. Yeah,
The machines.
machine.
Yeah, it's Skynet again, isn't it?
It is.
It's not
I know
that
that's
far,
very extreme, but it is to an extent what these things are designed to do, to hold your attention, to ultimately get you to spend money.
There's a great old American word to explain this, and it's bumfuzzle. Okay, and what that is kind of confusing people, not in a disturbing way, but it's kind of an attention diverting way. Do you know what I mean? It's almost a distraction.
Very much a
method.
distraction method,
Yeah,
because you feel as though you're being given something
Yeah.
when in fact you're the one that's doing the giving.
That's the point. That's exactly the point. And what we did last week was got into some detail about this, and this was split into a number of different segments. As always, the first thing was that our boredom is worth billions to lots of different people online, and we looked at that in some detail because what platforms do is they use almost a dopamine-driven design. So it's intermittent rewards. It's the fear of missing out. So you're kept in this kind of infinite stream of content.
Yeah.
And it's always the anticipation
What's
of...
next?
Exactly. That next
If I
hit.
click to the next picture, the next video, the next post, what am I going to see? What's it going to give me? What am I going to get from it?
Exactly right. So you get pulled in, and it reshapes how we consume entertainment. Our attention spans are involved in that as well. But it also reshaped and has reshaped how we consume news. And there's an element of trust, of course, in that.
Very much so.
Lots of different areas. That's just by sitting, being bored, almost. Free apps, this was the next headline, if you like. Free apps are the most expensive things you use because they're not really free. You're paying with data, with attention, and I suppose with what become habits as well.
Yes. I mean, and again, that's probably the most powerful one.
Yeah.
Habits we know are easy to form and very hard to break.
Well, you and I are terrible because I mean, I think I said this last week, and it's the full disclosure thing. I send you stuff on Instagram that makes me laugh all the time, and you said we have similar tastes in that way. This penchant for cat kung fu recently, for example. But that is a habit thing. Of course, if you've got 5 minutes, you would scroll for a few minutes.
We scroll through, have a chuckle, send it to each other. But what is that doing? Well, it's upping the views, and whoever's produced that.
Yeah.
It's
making somebody else money.
Making someone else money. Now, not necessarily costing us other than our data and our time, but there are many other channels where the goal is to get us to actually sign up for something, to actually part with some cash.
Yeah. So it's turning your kind of digital life into a revenue stream. It's just not a revenue stream for either you or me.
No.
So missing a trick. But then that's kind of the story of our lives, isn't it? Missing tricks, really. But the thing that I thought was really important, and we talked about this a little bit last week, and it's you don't choose what you want. So decisions are being made for you. And algorithms, it's not just about content. They're showing you things that you may not even realize you desire them, but you desire them. It affects maybe spending habits, and in some cases, identity. Wanting to be something that perhaps you're not and could never really be. That's how our algorithms work. And the key to that, and why it's really important, and why I kind of wanted to ask you about this again, is because it impacts our financial viewpoint. Because it shapes what we think or what we want to become. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Very much so.
It's very much about that. So if you're fed recommendations based on past behaviour, it creates a personalised world. So it limits viewpoints because you're kind of locked in.
Well, we know we've discussed previously when you go onto certain sites and you look for something, want a new TV. Guess what? Your feed is full of, and it's the same thing with personal finance, it's any aspect of our life. Yeah. And as you rightly say, you didn't even realize you were looking for it, and yet your feed is now full of stories about whatever that subject matter is.
Yeah.
Whether they're what you thought you were looking for or not, and whether they're from your viewpoint or not. But suddenly, and also it then knows, though, if it's not your viewpoint, you're likely to scroll to the next one. And therefore, it will learn what to show you. And suddenly, as you rightly say, narrows down. And suddenly you've gone from, I don't know how many, use the TV analogy again. If there's 50 manufacturers and suddenly you've decided you want one particular one, guess what your feed will be full of is reviews and guides about that one particular thing.
Yeah. It's amazing how it happens.
And it is amazing. But if we're talking about personal finance, you may look up a particular fund, a stock, or whatever it might be, and suddenly all other areas that may actually be of interest are removed from your line of sight.
Well, that's exactly right. It is a curated digital environment.
Very
and
much.
That's the point. So it is personalised, in theory, personalised for you. And it's based on...
Because it thinks it knows you rather than actually knowing you. Or, again, I'm going to obviously promote myself or our industry, but actually talking to someone who will look at the whole picture rather than saying, well, you've told me you want this. I mean, a classic example, I don't need life cover, I'm going to live forever. Say most 20-year-olds.
Yeah, for sure.
But the reality, of course, sadly, is not the case.
Yeah.
And it's our job then to educate, to explain, to guide as to why that may not necessarily be the best course of action. I just use that as one example. But my point being is that it's to expand those horizons as opposed to narrow them.
Yeah. And that's the point, because in the end, if you narrow those horizons, what happens is your algorithm potentially can guide the decisions that you make, the real life decisions that you make, the identity decisions that you make, the things that you identify with. So they're much more than content selectors. They're architects in a way of maybe the things you desire, or the way you act, your behaviour, or the way you view the world. So the narrowing is far. What's the word?
It's far bigger than perhaps you've even ever considered.
It's far wider
Far
for being
wide-
narrow,
Yes,
if that makes any sense at all.
it does, because it's so limiting, because it is guiding everything that you're seeing and being shown, rather than you being able to explore.
So you're not making decisions based on the correct amount of research, not the due diligence that you need to. If we relate this back to the financial world, and that's what we really need to do,
Yes.
you're not considering everything that you need to consider when you're making really important financial decisions.
Very much so.
Potentially. Yeah.
But it's because there is such a huge amount of information, yet you could argue you do need some narrowing, but equally it can also become so narrow that it, as I say, it can lead to bad decisions being made.
Yeah, because well, the point is, if you're so narrow and you eliminate too much, you miss out on opportunities. But you're also following a path that eventually just comes down to a point where you have nowhere else to go.
Yeah.
And that isn't a very sensible way to live your financial life.
I mean, again, a
suppose.
good example is probably in the past few years been crypto.
That's not diversification
No,
either, is it? Yeah.
because it leads you to one area and then to one coin or one whatever it may be, rather than the sensible advice, which is it to be part of a much wider, broader based portfolio.
Yeah. So potentially, perhaps, higher risk that you can't afford to take.
And that's another, and because a lot of these things are not regulated, they are in the tiny print, not even small print, will say this is not advice, but of course it's taken as advice and followed. I've made millions out of X, Y, Z. Oh, well, I must do that then. Well, but is that the right thing for you? Is that the right advice? Is it offering you what you want it to do? Where is it based? Is it who's it regulated by? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All these questions are not shown in a 1 minute reel. And yet, because of all the things that we've just discussed, how it plays into our beliefs and our wants, we then take that as the gospel to follow.
Well, that's an interesting point, actually, because if you follow, people will say, right, I look at Instagram, I look at other platforms, I use Facebook, but the algorithms work. They're centering on you, and they're trying to offer you content.
And we have to remember they talk to each other as well, because they're often owned by the same.
They're often owned by the same, ultimately the same company.
Yes.
And they will overlap, so you're not getting a very broad view.
It's not.
That's the point, isn't it?
That's the other thing. Yeah.
Okay. So that leads to unconscious bias, and
Very much so. I'm very unconscious because you're completely unaware of it.
It becomes a thing. I quite often look at Instagram these days, and then I'll go on to X, because X infuriates me because it's so far the other way. But I figure that's actually quite a good thing to do, because then at least it keeps me balanced, keeps me thinking.
Yeah.
It doesn't always work, but that's the idea. I just think that's a really interesting point to make, because we are so reliant in so many ways on our phones, and so reliant on the social aspects of the content that's delivered via those phones.
Yes.
And it's useful to point those things out. Not that, it's anything that people don't know.
It's not necessarily exactly, but we just it just appears there. We pick this black box up, swipe the screen, and bing. But where is that information coming from? Who's providing it to you? Why has that appeared? Just again, as all of these things, take just that little step back.
Yeah.
Think, consider before making any decisions.
Yeah, exactly. Which applies to your financial life as well.
No, I think very much so, yes.
Here's another thing. We didn't get time to talk about this much last week, but we talked a little bit about this, and there is a very real relation between why you're always tired. It's profitable to be tired. Burnout is a recurring revenue model, and the industries that benefit from your exhaustion. It's a defining feature of modern life. The system, you could argue, is designed to keep people exhausted, constantly productive, too drained to recover, and that fuels a massive economy, because if you're tired, you spend more on convenience. We talked at length about convenience, but not so much burnout. So you'd spend more on convenience or entertainment or self-care or anything that helps you cope with fatigue, with potentially being burned out. And that is often a recurring revenue stream. And I think that's a really important kind of second point to highlight.
Yes.
As
No,
well.
it is, because again, if you are tired, you're probably not making the right or the best decisions that you can. You're not in an optimal position
Sure.
to make some potentially very important decisions for your financial situation.
Yeah. So you would argue follow more basic planning principles, financial planning principles. wouldn't you?
Always.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I saw your eyes kind of went ding for a moment there as well. That was another point. And then the final one, and I want to come back to this again because the convenience thing kind of leapt out last week, and I think it did for you as well. Convenience is everywhere, and it's very easy to understand how it can drain your pocketbook, your purse, your wallet, your bank account, because everything is tap to order, to ride, to subscribe. It doesn't seem like much. But if you look at the subscriptions that you have, maybe you've got a couple of TV subscriptions, maybe you've got, I don't know, an online shopping, maybe you've got, I don't know, an online food delivery app that you use regularly. Maybe you've got a subscription to that, which is a monthly cost. If you looked at those, all of a sudden you're looking at money that you're using, or are you really using it effectively?
Again, that's the question to ask yourself.
It is.
To take that step back and say, am I getting my value from these things? If you are, again, as we've always said, this is not about penalizing yourself for something you're actually utilizing and benefiting from. But that convenience factor often leads to excessive spending, unnecessary spending that you could very easily do without, not miss, and use that money for far more important things.
And why this is kind of the most important point, I think, the convenience aspects. There's the obvious aspect that you could save money, right? You're spending money, but do you really need all these things? Ask yourself that. And that is what's really important about this. It's the honesty of doing, I think what you call it is a financial audit.
Financial audit, I think that's what, yeah, absolutely.
That was the thing that leapt out of the notes that you sent me. And that's so important that it's the checking yourself.
Yes.
You
Just
know?
be aware, again, be aware. Where is my money going? I've worked really hard to earn this.
I've got to do it. I've got an Amazon. I've got all these different
But
things.
again, Amazon, mate, pick on that as an example. You know, if you free delivery if you sign up for Prime.
Yeah. Well,
Do I need that?
I'm the king of Amazon delivery.
As an example.
Yeah.
And that's not to pick on Amazon, but that's just one thing that immediately springs to mind every time I've ever ordered anything from Amazon.
It's very attractive.
Yeah. And but all of these things are to reel you in, to hook you in, to extract more money from you with I'm not going to say the pretense, because it can be a convenience. But if you don't need it, why are you paying for it?
Yeah, and it's the central thesis of all of this is that convenience is probably the most powerful of all these things, all these ways that
We're always looking for a way. We don't have to go to the shops.
realise.
We can now just click a few buttons on our phone, and then the items magically appear at our door.
Yeah.
And all of these things are exactly the same. It's just about trying to make our lives easier, which is great because we're all hardworking. Time is precious.
Yeah.
But every now and then, I think that use a bit of that valuable time to do something even more valuable, which, as I refer to as that financial audit, just to look, where am I spending my money? Do I need to spend it on whatever it may be? Am I utilizing whatever that service, that product, that whatever it is? And if I'm not, then cancel it.
Do you know what it used to be? It used to be the credit cards, they're the devil. They're awful. They're evil. They're terrible. They're not. They're really useful if you use them properly. So that's fine. So that's in that basket. And at the moment, the online world is, it's taking up all my time and it's stealing all my money. No, it's not. Just audit what you're doing is the point, isn't it?
It is.
And it's understanding the difference there, I think. This is not supposed to be a preachy thing about, you shouldn't have that latte and that.
I always say that. This is not to preach.
Not that.
If you're utilising whatever that service is, then carry on. It's great. It's giving you something that you're getting value from. Fantastic.
Just be aware that you're spending.
But just be aware you're spending. And then if you have got 3 or 4 TV packages as an example. Are you watching them? Have you watched anything on that package this month?
That's me told.
No, but just it's an easy example.
It is.
And if that one particular one, I watched the series 6 months ago and I can't even remember what my password is to log into it, well, you can probably cancel it because you won't be missing it.
Yeah, the whole password thing is a completely
That's a
different
whole
conversation.
different discussion.
But I'm not getting into that today. It's interesting. I think we put that one to bed now. I think that's fair. But the whole point is just the realization to understand what you're spending, and that helps with the budget.
All of these things. It's one of the fundamentals of financial planning. Be aware, and you keep control because you'll end up in a far, far better position.
James Thomas is an independent financial consultant. That's the discussion today. Good to see you.
Likewise, thank you.
Thank you. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
Good morning, it's 11:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mishtaq and this is the news on Mira Business FM. These are the headlines. As tensions in the Arabian Gulf continue, the impact is spreading beyond the region. It is now affecting global agriculture. Fertilizer prices are rising and farmers in parts of Africa are changing planting plans. Experts at the International Crops Research Institute for Semi-Arid Tropics say disruptions to energy and shipping are raising costs and limiting supplies. In response, the Indian Council of Agricultural Research is working on plans to support farming during the crisis. The White House says the U.S. is in talks to hold a second round of negotiations with Iran. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the talks with Iran are ongoing and productive. She added that the U.S. feels positive about the chances of reaching a deal. She also said any new round of talks would likely be held in Islamabad again, where the previous meeting took place. Oil prices slipped in Asian trading today, but the drop appears to be temporary rather than a major shift. Brent moved closer to $95 a barrel, while WTI traded around $91. Murban crude remained steady at $101. Markets are watching fragile ceasefire hopes, tensions in the Strait of Hormuz, and the possibility of new U.S.-Iran talks. According to Reuters, shipping through Hormuz remains below normal as Iran maintains a pressure on vessels. The U.S. military says it is preparing to secure the waterway. And now, quick market and currency update. Bitcoin is trading at almost $75,000. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25.40 Indian rupees, 76.19 Pakistani rupees, 33.42 Bangladeshi taka, 16.30 Philippine peso, 14.14 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 4.98 dirhams today. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's the morning drive. Rising global tensions are no longer just a geopolitical story. They're hitting businesses where it matters, from employee safety to supply chains and long-term planning. And right now, it's about companies making real-time decisions about where to operate, where they send staff, and also, here's the word we use every day, how to stay resilient in uncertain times. In practical terms, though, what does this mean from the operational resilience to the more pragmatic side, the duty of care, the personal impact on employees and families, and the decisions that drive, in particular, American companies now, but obviously multinationals and GCC firms as well. Scott Wilcox is the founder of the risk and strategic consulting firm Securo Group. It's good to see you, Scott.
Hi, good to see you as well, Tim.
Good to have you in the studio again. So, regional tensions in flux, let's put it that way. The focus for multinationals, but particularly American multinationals and some Middle Eastern firms, has kind of gone from growth at any cost to operational sovereignty. That's a phrase I keep reading. But let's just contextualize first. What are the biggest operational impacts that businesses are dealing with now in the times that we're experiencing?
Yeah, I mean, the issue is uncertainty, okay?
Yeah.
So it's tough to make a plan that you can stick to two weeks, 2 months, 2 years out. And when you're trying to have, a strategic play in the region, and there is that, again, that uncertainty, it creates a lull in decision making. So decision paralysis, I think, is probably something to dig into and to discuss. With the situation we're facing today, many of my American colleagues, I've just spent the last 2 months, actually, for the most part, I was out bridging the gap, if you like, between what US headlines were saying and the reality here that our teams, our advisors and consultants were dealing with here. So I think I'm pretty well placed to give you a shot at it, but trying to get it into a few words. Major concerns. Look, back in the States, the pinch is being felt, at the pump, and the headlines, say, suggest that here is far more impacted than it really appears to be in my first few days back. And the ability, like I said, to make a good decision is somewhat hampered. That, by and large, is factored by the human element. And when I say the human element, it's the decision of where do I put my people for the next few months that will give me the best shot at continuity without having further disruption or further displacement down the line. Right. Yeah, I'm sorry, a bit long-winded, but I always am on the first one, so go for it.
It's kind of why you're here, let's be honest. So we're past the phase where geopolitics, as the topic, is just a card or a slide in a board deck, for example, right? So we're well past that. For an American firm in the Gulf, we're in kind of real-time operational hurdle period, aren't we? So what's the question that CEOs or people in positions of authority have been talking to you about as they look at their kind of regional footprint?
Yeah, it comes back to that. Tell me what I need to know to make a decision. Okay. And so it does vary from company to company based on their size, their risk tolerance, their operational output, and their human capital footprint. Okay. So there is, as a common trait, they have huge exposure to Lebanese talent. Okay.
Right.
And so that is a consideration for them about where they center their Lebanese talent for the foreseeable. And then they look at that as being, again, a concentration risk by nationality and by location, because I'm not suggesting that all the Lebanese are here, they're back in Lebanon, all right? Yep. And so a lot of back office was being operated from there. And correct me, it's not my statistic, but one of my colleagues was suggesting that since 2019, that had been a more common operating structure, was to have a good back office set up in Lebanon for the region for all the reasons that we know. Fantastic education, trilingual in many cases, and again, the ability to travel throughout the region and cultural understanding. And then when we get into a point of the disruption that Lebanon has faced, in particular with its communications and power and then physical displacement of people, that's when the rubber meets the road is, now what? And then looking at productivity and where could we either fail over to. Cairo has been mentioned. There are a lot of multinationals that have big presence in Cairo, and Egypt being a good regional fallback. And then again, like I said, it's how far do we, or how much do we tolerate here in the GCC? for those that have remained to date, they're probably now at the point of acceptance, at least to what the perceived physical risk is and was. And so what we've been through as a region is now understood, contextualized, and is actually a benchmark almost of tolerance for those that remained in situ for continuity. Now it's looking back at, or looking forward, it's, of course, that is a risk that, as I said, is understood and is a known. The duration is a consideration for how long people are exposed to. But then we look at now financial, reputation, and governance risk. And it goes back to that more regular cycle. And so the type of questions I'm being asked by CEOs or by business leaders who are at the decision point of when do we re-enter, when do we ramp up, is not so much about the physical risk in isolation. They're wanting to know because they've got other decisions to make based on. If you're in a regulated industry like insurance or finance, you need to physically be here. Okay, and so the cost risk analysis of, do you think, and I'm no seerist or a fortune teller, do you think this is going to get better or worse? And I try to get away from that.
Sure.
What I will say is, or what I will do is almost to obfuscate and put it back, is to, who have you got there? And if you've got, again, a resilient workforce of regional manpower, you're probably in good shape, okay, to be able to continue. And you might want to double down on that, and you might want to look at for those who have already relocated, looking at it as a longer-term decision until consular services reopen for some of those nationalities that are more risk-averse, UK, US being two prime. Schools reopening is a big one, okay? Families want to be together.
Yeah.
And so it's not a question of, or such a binary question. It's more the fact of, okay, keeping the family unit together and less disruption. So they may stay out for a prolonged period. Anyway.
There's a lot to unpack there.
There is.
But I want to go back actually to that phrase, decision paralysis, which, by the way, you should trademark. It's a great phrase. But I'm wondering how companies, in your experience, from the people you speak to, are adjusting decision making, looking ahead, 6 to 12 months, the kind of immediate period.
Okay, so when you enter a new region, there is, I would like to say, a strategy. And that could be anything from, okay, we're in for 2-3 years, we're going to budget out that, we're going to secure an office for that period of time, and we're going to sign contracts with staff that we're going to relocate for that period of time, that we're going to deploy as expatriates. Those decision cycles are being brought far closer. So we're seeing that there is a halt in renewals, and companies looking at their contracts more closely as to how do we maintain the logo and the brand, but downsize the footprint, particularly in our more volatile expatriate human capital, but maintain the ability to exploit the opportunity and deliver on what we're supposed to here. And again, Tim, one of the points I had written down, and again, one of the common points is this the time to invest? Is this the time to come in? I mean, I look on your trigger tracker that we have, and everything's green. Flights are open, the things that we talked about before. Banks are operating, hotels are open, conferences I can get booked, blah, 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 blah. There are still a couple of outliers that are there, but could we manage without them? Could we get to a neighboring country for consular support? Yeah, we could. Do the family need to come back in immediately? No. There is a tax exposure there, which is another decision point, and we can get to that. But, is this time now to take market share? And that is something that traditionally in emerging markets, and where there have been previous rebounds away from the region, we'd seen, again, first mover advantage and SMEs want to jump in. But look, stakeholder pressure in the States is for growth, and this was seen as the growth region. AI, the data centers, the defense cooperation, and all of the things that were touted during the Trump, Witkoff, Bessent roadshow of round about this time last year still carry hope, and they carry the major growth overseas for all of those big US businesses. And so they do want to get back. Yeah.
You're painting a much more positive picture. You've gone from, reality to a real positivity there quite quickly as well. And there is a smile on your face I can reveal. I've used the word resilience, I think, twice, or it's certainly come up. We kind of laughed about the word before we started talking. But it's a fact, isn't it, that operational resilience, if you can pin down what it means, it is critical at the moment. And I wonder, from your perspective, what that looks like in practice for the people that you're speaking to, for businesses today.
Well, Tim, it's always been a slippery noodle to discuss, but I'll try and get it head on. You know, the operational resilience has become real. It's not something that, and I'm sorry for saying this, but this point of it's a document and now it's a reality is true. What we had seen is resilience being something that was more to do with disaster planning and disaster management. And when we talk operational, it's been stovepiped and pushed down to a lower level. And now it's sat up in the C-suite. What does operational resilience mean? It means the ability to continue to operate, to put out and to remain profitable. Businesses exist for one reason. And you'll find that, and I'm delighted to say this, that people of my background and similar from security or risk management are now playing a more pivotal role, which I've been calling for a long time. Okay, but the reason is a pragmatism and an ability to be agile in your thinking and your approach. Of look, we need to have a backup plan, and we need to have a backup for that backup. And so when I go back to we're looking at concentration risk of geographical concentration risk, what could go wrong, and stop planning for what already has gone wrong. Those are understood. We don't have to be doomsday. In fact, we need to leverage these moments to create opportunity, to gather more market share, and to show demonstrably to our hosts and to our clients, stakeholders, what resilience is. And that is who will prevail and make money in through this.
I mean, you've championed the idea, haven't you, of fractional chief security officers, CSOs. So, a couple of questions for you. Why does a mid-sized firm need one? I think that's pretty easy to answer given what we're experiencing. But you need a firm where you have kind of executive level leadership rather than the big $1 million salary. But what would the scope of work look like for a fractional CSO? Where would you begin to structure something usable to help a company with their security framework?
Yeah, so CSO is just a common title. CRO, sadly, gets bucketed in the wrong way. Chief risk is traditionally someone who looks at insurance. Let's just call it that, right? And chief resilience is someone that maybe doesn't look at security, and all of the other. We could go all around it and dance. So CSO sadly implies that it's too much to do with physical security risk.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
The reality today is that companies, what they're looking for, and I grit my teeth, is a CGO, a chief geopolitical officer. And I don't like the term, nor most people who would step forward for that role. Nothing personal, but they are, again, they're trying to second guess the leaders of superpowers, okay? And their ability is like guessing the weather. So it's always a good analogy is that geopolitics are now being brought forward like weather data, okay? And we have to be adaptable to it, and so that's good. But what you don't want, let's start there, in this role as a risk advisor, which spans geopolitics, physical security risk, cybersecurity risk, insurance, legal, financial risk, under this umbrella, is someone who has never run a business, because that's where you get the academic or the academic's view. And, it's great because you've never had to put skin in the game. So you can wax lyrical, but have you actually done it?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. And there tends to be a thing of thinking what the logical and textbook answer might be, as opposed to what is better for the organization, the shareholder, the employee, and thinking again around the corner from a financial standpoint. And I come back to that because ultimately there's the marker.
It does, but there's also it strikes me that there's an ability for somebody who's ideal for that role to kind of think the unthinkable.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Pardon me. Yep. Yes, it is. So things sit on the risk register. The difference between threat and risk. Threat is something that you can qualify as an event that could occur. Okay. A meteor might drop on us. Could occur. Risk is the likelihood of it happening. Okay. Has it happened, and so on and so forth. And then we look at, as I said to Tim before we were talking, looking at the risk on the roads. Okay. Here in the region, as opposed to other risks that we've encountered over the last few weeks, I bet that the road risks and the number of events that have occurred would outweigh what's happened in other headline risks over the last few weeks.
Yeah, I'd say there's a lot of truth in that, and that's pretty simple, common sense, good thinking, isn't it?
I think we should always try and ground ourselves in the reality. And I've gone back to this point. Journalists are not analysts. The media for intelligence is one of the tripwires, if you like, that clients and prospects, whatever you want to call them, both this side of the pond and the other fall into. I would never ask a journalist for his or her opinion of what I should do inside my business. And
journalists don't have opinions.
There you go. But the point of, if you're facing the news and looking at the news to get intelligence, I've said this for a long time, you're facing the wrong way. You need to have your back to the screen and be looking at the reaction of the people and the perception. And that you will actually start to get almost a weather vane of what's occurring and what perception is and where, again, opportunity lies and where risk lies because of the way that people are thinking. And so where today I'm still concerned, and I'm still seeing it, is in some of these continuity triggers, be it for a departure, a relocation, a redundancy, or a re-entry, a staff up, an investment decision. They're being made from bad information, from headlines, and not from reliable, robust Tier 1 and Tier 2 data.
I mean, it's not just about assets. We've got time for, just very briefly, one more question. It's about people because it's personal. If you're advising a US family office or you're advising a tech giant, how do you balance business continuity with that very real employee anxiety, employees and families, people who are doing the very thing that they should have their back to, but they're watching the news?
Look, and again, recognizing both is the reality. Recognize the reality and the perceived reality, and you must own the narrative. The family offices one is very real. They have optionality to depart whenever they want and to come back. But what I will tell you is the family offices that we work with here in the region, they may have physically departed because, again, they had the optionality and it was summer coming anyway. We'll take the kids out, we'll put them in school and do that. They're coming back and they're not, they're certainly not selling. They're not collapsing structures. They're not doing anything knee-jerky to that. The staff that they've got here as well are enduring and continuing about their daily work. What I've seen is that those decisions have been put right. They won't make a decision until end of year, which is smart. Let's see how things play out. Let's see if this is a time to invest and double down. And also, Tim, sorry, just to get it's context. Okay, these things always come to an end. Okay, sure. It's a cycle, and when you're looking as a family office will do, okay, we've got several buckets of investments throughout the world. Where do we still see the bigger, greater opportunity? Where do we see financial stability and where we want to house our assets and invest in funds and everything else through? We're not seeing anyone say anything different. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
It's good to talk to you, Scott. I always enjoy having you with us. Scott Wilcox, founder of the risk and strategic consulting firm Securo Group. And another great phrase there. So two today that I'm stealing. And I'm warning you. Decision paralysis and knee-jerky. That was even better.
Knee-jerky.
Brilliant. Scott, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for having me in. Thank you.
Have you
Thanks.
here. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
Good afternoon. This is the news on Mira Business FM, and these are the headlines. Students across the UAE will return to in-person learning from Monday, April 20th, the Ministry of Education announced. The move follows more than a month of distant learning due to regional tensions. It marks a full return to classrooms for students and staff. Preparations are already underway, with schools coordinating with parents. Many parents have shown willingness to send children back to school. The ministry confirmed the return will apply to all public, private nurseries, schools, and educational staff. The International Monetary Fund has reached an agreement with Jordan to support its economic reform program. This will allow the country to access about $200 million in funding. The deal follows recent reviews under two IMF programs, including the Extended Fund Facility and the Resilience and Sustainability Facility. An IMF team led by Cesar Serra said Jordan's economy remains stable, with growth reaching around 3% last year and improving in 2026. The government is also working to reduce public debt to about 80% of its GDP by 2028. China's economy grew 5% year-on-year in the first quarter of 2026, according to data from the National Bureau of Statistics of China. Growth also picked up from the previous quarter, showing a stronger momentum at the start of the year. GDP reached about $5 trillion, supported by improved demand, stable jobs, and steady prices. Officials said the economy showed resilience and made a strong start to 2026. China has set a full-year growth target of around 4.5% to 5%. That's the news for now. Follow more news on our website, mirabusiness.fm.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
Good afternoon and welcome to Midday Majlis with myself, Sahal Mushtaq, on Mira Business FM, where conversations connect and ideas come alive right at midday. Before we dive in, remember that you can catch us live on YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, and Telegram, and our podcast is available on all your favorite platforms, so you can listen to them anywhere, anytime. And here on Midday Majlis, we usually talk about business ideas and people shaping our region. But today feels especially relevant given the times we're in, with so much uncertainty around us, even as temporary ceasefires bring short pauses to wider tensions. Many people are still trying to stay focused, calm, and productive in their everyday lives. And that's exactly what we'll be talking about today on the show. Joining us is Summer Shabir, who is a certified mindset coach. She's here to discuss this with us. Welcome to the show, Summer. It's really good to have you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Summer, first of all, I would like to start with something simple, but of course important. When people hear about a mindset coach being around, so what does that actually mean in practical terms, especially in times like these?
So, mindset basically encompasses your entire being, like it's a holistic experience. It's basically like a pattern that you've picked up since early childhood and how that shows up in your life. So, unless you are intentional about it and you have awareness, it's going to carry on and show up in your life, your relationships, your business, especially in business, since I've delved into the business side now. How your mindset is wired is going to be apparent in all facets of your life. So I guess that is the most comprehensive way you look at it, because your mindset is going to show up in all aspects of your life.
Right. You've actually explained it very beautifully to us. And now moving on, we're living through a period when even if things look like they are stabilizing on the surface, so there is still a lot of uncertainty around in the background. So from your perspective, how is that kind of environment affecting people right now mentally, and even if they don't realize it at times?
See, the brain basically is designed to keep you safe. It's designed to help you survive, not to help you grow. So anything that the brain cannot comprehend, that it tags as uncertain or foreign, it's going to panic. Which is why, we're having such a hard time, putting up with the stress linked to it.
With the situation as
With
well.
the situation, because it's foreign to us at the moment, especially in the GCC. We just had a conversation about it because you don't usually expect something like this to happen.
Exactly.
So how that shows up in your life, even if you're not affected directly by it, there's always a monologue at the back of your head, which it's like a tap that's running in the background. You're worrying about what's going to happen, the peace talks, whether life is ever going to return to normal, whether the situation is going to escalate.
How long is it going to take?
How long is it going to take? Yeah. So anything the brain finds foreign, it's going to usually reel under those circumstances, unless you manage it.
Right. So I think it's about training our minds as well at times. Do you agree to that?
Training your mind, the first step is awareness as to what your mind basically is doing. Because if the situation is escalating around you and your mind escalates, you need to slow down and think about what's happening intentionally. Because stress is a byproduct of anything that's going to happen, any sort of uncertainty, anything that is out of your control. And the only thing you can do in that time is managing it. And how you go about it, that's a different story. But the first step is awareness, okay? So something has happened that's out of my control. It's creating fear, uncertainty within me in the situation, because it's like contagious, You feel it everywhere. Everybody is on edge. So you need to understand what's happening within your body, within your mind. And once you do, only then you can do something. You can take the steps to, manage how to go about it.
True.
That's basically how it works.
Yeah, you're right about that. And a lot of people are continuing with their demanding jobs, meeting deadlines, and of course, fulfilling all the responsibilities at work and home facing all these issues, having so much going on in their mind. So while also trying to process everything, as I said, happening around them. So what are some early signs that stress is quietly turning into a burnout?
Stress is a given byproduct of any demanding job, be it motherhood, business, any career that you've delved into. And the sooner we accept that it's going to come, the better it is for us. Because like everything externally, something that is inflicted upon us, like stress, like the situation, it will need a channel to move through. And unless we give it a proper medium of flow, it's going to show up. And the earliest signs are irritability, the feeling of burning out, and maybe even freeze. You go into a freeze mode. So once those signs show up, rather than doing more, this is our invitation to slow down and to stay present, stay grounded, and to understand what's happening within our body. Because stress is coming, and we need to give it an appropriate medium of flow, because it's going to flow. If we don't give it a medium, it's going to accumulate in our body, and it's going to show up as more burnout, more panic, more fear, more of that restless feeling that comes with uncertainty.
And it's going to physically affect us as well.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah. So in situation like this summer, people often feel that they just need to push through, right? So why can that approach sometimes make things worse instead of getting better?
Because you have no idea of telling how long this is going to last, any situation, And in times like these, if pushing through is already causing burnout, more stress, that means the flow, the medium for the stress to flow through isn't appropriate. It's not working. So I would invite people to slow down, to think, to reflect a little, and to give stress an appropriate channel to flow through. Because only then you're going to avoid burnout until it becomes a full-blown, episode where you're gone into a complete freeze mode, or you're stressed out beyond, your ability to cope. So I would feel doing more usually doesn't, bring about the result that you want.
Doesn't help a lot, yeah. And now that we've spoken about burnout, let's talk about something more practical. So what are a few small daily habits people can build that can actually help them stay steady, focused, and how is it that they can be less overwhelmed during uncertain times like these we're in?
I think managing stress is the appropriate use of word, because you can't avoid it. It's going to come. So what I found is helpful the most is giving stress a medium, which usually is very different from the situation that's causing the stress. Like, you need to be able to discern the situations. Think of them as different facets of your being. There was this a few years ago, there were those stress balls introduced for kids. I usually find, even with my clients, that helping stress flow through movement, especially hand movements, is a very good outlet, because your brain isn't as employed as it is in your prime role,
right?
The demanding role that we spoke about earlier. So if you give it a different medium that has nothing to do with that role, which actually gives stress an outlet, a healthy outlet, that's the best way to go about it. Like, personally, for me, I'm a gamer. Whenever I'm stressed, I do a lot of gaming. I actually ruined one of my controllers during March because I was so stressed out. But, anything, pottery, craft, kickboxing, anything that helps stress release, because movement is the best way to go about it. And especially your hands are designed in a way that help the flow of energy.
Right. So you need to keep that creative side of your just going by.
Creative, or anything that's going to give, the energy
a push to just
yes, exactly.
get out of our system, right? And now, realistically, for someone who can't step away from work or slow down much, they don't know what to do, let's say, right? Maybe they don't have any such hobbies, for example. painting or gaming as you do. So, what are some simple things they can do during the day to reset their energy and avoid building up of that burnout, let's say?
The only way you can slow the burning out process is through stepping away from it. So you need to be able to carve out time for yourself. It doesn't have to be something fancy. It doesn't have to be something expensive. It doesn't have to be anything,
Extraordinary.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Or something that, is Instagram worthy. It could be taking a few minutes to walk around, even in your neighborhood, around the room, anything that helps you step away from that situation that's causing stress. The more you're in the same environment, the more your energy stays there, the more it's going to build up. So I'm sure even if somebody has a very high demanding job, they can carve out 10 minutes of their day to step away from that situation, stop scrolling, stay away from social media, anything that's
Do you
adding
think
to the stress.
learning new skills around this time will help? Because it might just divert our focus a little bit from all what's going on.
It certainly will help, and it's going to help much more than just the management of stress, which is a very strategic way to look at it. Because in my coaching practice, I usually look at emotions or whatever's flowing through your body, as tools to help you build and scale. So if you're learning a skill, that's going to not just help you cope in the meantime, it's going to help you build later on down the road. So like I always talk to my clients about situations like this. Like suppose somebody's been through a breakup and they're feeling a lot of anger. I tell them to use that anger to build, to scale. So anything that flows through you, if it's used strategically, even the better. It's going to, serve a dual purpose, helping you cope as well as build. So yes, learning a new skill is definitely a plus.
Right. And it's just going to shape you into someone you're not, probably,
Absolutely.
and make you more productive and creative, let's say. And when the world around people feels unstable, whether politically, emotionally, or socially, so how can someone protect their focus when it comes to that and not let that external noise kind of, take over their mental space?
To do that, you must be very intentional with it, because you can't just go on autopilot, because like I said initially, the brain is designed to help you survive, and what it deciphers as threat, it's going to keep thinking about it, keep ruminating over it. The only thing you can do in such a situation is to intentionally step back, take a pause. You have to be able to put yourself out of that environment, to reset, to recenter, to recalibrate. Because if you don't do that, you're going to not perform as well as you normally would at your job, your role as a parent, as an entrepreneur, as a professional. So the power of stepping back is what comes in play here, and it is so important in times like these. And you have to be very intentional about it.
Right. So stepping back will make you probably give out your 100%, right?
Absolutely.
Right. And if you had one concrete piece of advice before we wrap this up to someone who feels constantly overwhelmed right now in times that we're in, so what would you want to tell them? What is it that they need to start doing from today on?
I want them to know that this too shall pass. And how it passes, that's a different story. To make it as bearable as possible, the only thing we can do in these times is to be very intentional about where we give, how the energy is, where the input of energy is coming from and where the output is. So in times like these, I guess the best thing a person can do for themselves and those around them and for their job is to give the external input a positive, a productive source of flow, medium, which has benefits in the longer run, and it's going to help you grow as a person. It's going to expand your ability to tolerate discomfort and uncertainty, and you're going to be grateful for it in the future.
Right. Well, thank you so much, Summer. That
Thank
was
you,
a
Sahar.
great piece of advice. And thank you so much once again for being
Thank
able
you
to
for
come
having
into
me.
our show, Midday Majlis. And you really did bring in such grounded, practical advice for our listeners today. It really means a lot.
Thank you so much. Pleasure.
And to everyone listening, take care of your mind just as much as you take care of your responsibilities at work, at home, especially in times like this is really important. Stay tuned for more conversations here on Midday Majlis. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.